This guy shaped manga industry. And his tile and paneling is truly outstanding.
Yeah. Yeah. He did a great job doing what he did. Just kind of sad now.
Why are you sad? I mean more than usually.
What kind of questions that? I said it's sad. I'm not saying I'm sad. Where's okay? There it is. Okay, there we go. There we go. Make it easier for people to find it. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we gotta get this correct. Okay, like that.
Says hi, Teach.
Hello. Close it. Okay.
Says had a known user for 5 high Ari.
This part. Okay. Let me go back to the reference real quick. Just doing it from the top of my head is always such a pain in the ass. Okay.
Says, is this a commission?
No. It is not a commission. Okay, so right here. Nothing ever dies, we will rise again.
Says paying my tribs.
I think we all are, to be honest. Okay. Trying to get this arm to work. Yeah, the arm is not working. This arm is not working. That's where the problem's coming in. It's the arm here. So what I need to do is look at it more difficult. Okay, so the arm's here.
Says I can't use Photoshop for free anymore if they caught me.
They got you. That sucks.
Says, what do you think of the new Overwatch season?
I'm not even knowing about that, to be honest. I gotta go check that myself. I have to go check that myself. I've not been up on date on Overwatch ever since I got suspended. Overwatch has gone extremely soft.
Says for what?
I don't know. Toxicity, I guess. That's what they said, but all I said, you guys suck, and that's it. Gone super soft. I didn't get into detail on who sucked. I just said y'all just suck. Soft as
Says
fuck.
law.
So I said, nah, I'm not gonna do this. Like, when they said I was suspended till the, was it the 13th? I was like, fuck this game. Fix the eyes. Fix the eyes. Bro, what the fuck is this music? Get to the end. What the fuck? The hell was that? It was just getting on my nerves. I was like, what is that music? It's just like, the fuck?
light scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes. Downy Light, the light scent that lasts.
Right now, you get a free footlong at Subway. Buy any footlong in the app and get one free.
Far away, in an enchanted land that's untouched by the steady march of time, there lived an old master named Gohan, who found a baby boy abandoned in the wilderness of the region. The old master raised the boy as his own child, and marveled as the youngster grew and became uncommonly
part of it over too.
Now the boy, known as Goku, is on his own and has become the sole guardian of his grandfather's most mystical possession, his Dragon Ball.
WSG man.
Thank you, Chad David Trotterson, for following.
Hey, what's going on, bro? How goes it? Thank you for the hearts over there. Over there on YouTube Shorts. The issue is that I think the way I drew this looks a little wonky. Little bit wonky. Need to fix some parts here. Angling throws me off a little. And the arm here needs to be fixed. It's always this arm here that's bothering me because it's like it's not either not working, it's not keeping up. Oh. I think the way I drew this is just really off. Okay. I should have his arm down. Okay.
I never seen you on this earlier.
You guys just don't come. I'm either on this early or I'm on for 8 hours straight. Most people don't come.
Says hi teach. Early again, I. Says see asterisk.
Or most people don't click on the what do you call it, the bell that notifies you that I'm on. A lot of people just don't care to go to it. That's why when people come in here and say, you have 80,000 something followers, why isn't that more people? Because y'all, well, majority of people either lazy or they don't click on the bell thing in the corner. So they don't get notified. Whether it's YouTube or Twitch or TikTok or whatever the hell. Because people are inherently lazy or just don't care. I remember one time someone complained, is there a way you stream on anywhere else? It's not that I don't mind looking at your work, but
I see.
I remember one person, as brain dead as this response was,
says I mostly don't come because it's already late.
No, it doesn't matter to you, Mono, because you live on the other side of the world.
Says it's bright for close high brine.
I'm talking about the Americans that are in my area, or like that lives in my what do you call it, my time zone or so. So like, what's the most brain dead thing I heard? The most brain dead thing I ever heard is when someone came to my stream and said, I like your artwork, but I don't like watching you because your hands always gets in the way. Is there anywhere else I can watch you? I said, yes, I stream to other platforms. You can go watch on YouTube or Twitch. Each of which one you can see everything instead of seeing my giant hand. And for some odd reason, they would not get off the TikTok to go over there. They asked if there anywhere I can stream, and they decided not to go over there. But they asked for an alternative to see if I stream anywhere else, so they don't have to see my hand in the way. So I direct them to the YouTube and Twitch.
It's not even that bad low.
But like, that's the thing, people say that all the time. It's just like they say shit like this, and I'm like, what?
Says I can watch on Twitch later because I will have to go in about 20 minutes.
I understand. So when I tell them to go to the other platforms, they just don't go over there because they're so addicted to TikTok.
Says I was thinking, don't you always say to follow your Twitch?
Oh, I was thinking. Either follow the Twitch or the YouTube or whatever, because I stream to all platforms. I want Kick, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and Facebook, or where the hell. But for some odd reason, they just don't move off it. But they ask about the other places I stream. Or they ignore what I say, and then they eventually go over there and say, I didn't know you stream on TikTok or YouTube or Twitch. And I'm like, I've been saying it every day.
I still like TikTok more because there's not that much delay.
I don't know about that.
All of them.
I'm not really sure about the whole lag for most people. That's really just based on their internet speed or what the case may be. But like, it's funny when they say, I didn't know you're on other platforms, but I preach this every day. So either they're not paying attention, don't care, or just trolling. I might just have his arm down. I want him to... Hold on.
People don't use their brain till they really need to sometimes.
Yeah, it's really annoying, but it is what it is, though. Hey, I don't know how to say your name.
That's true. The voice thing takes a few seconds longer than TikTok.
You look tired. Nice drawing. Thank you.
Maybe plus the drawing is closer, which is good to observe.
I guess. But I always tell them just to follow the other platforms just in case, because I get frequently banned on this fucking app. It's really annoying. For like most dumbest things. Just yesterday I got, I think, bully and harassment warning, and I didn't say a thing. I was mostly quiet. I was just not saying anything. I was talking about any topics or anything specific, no woke shit or any of that stuff. at the time, and I was just drawing.
Says at Bright for close, yeah, that. On YouTube, there's about 5 seconds, but on Twitch is about 10 behind TikTok.
Okay. That's crazy. I wonder if there's a way I can change that, fix that. Ugh. How do I say your name?
Oh, teach
Says
my bad for
teach,
the
is that another
off-subject
commission?
question, but are you seeing the Fortnite live event?
No. No. I never know when those things are on, to be honest.
Jeez.
When is the Fortnite live event? No, it's not on our commission.
It in 8 hour.
I don't think so. I would find it really funny if Fortnite managed. I heard that Sonic the Hedgehog might be coming to Fortnite, but what's funny about the Fortnite thing is that I would find it funny if they somehow get Genshin Impact characters over there. That would be funny.
Says okay. I kinda like it when you just draw what you want.
Today is one of those days, kind of. Shit. I do too, to be honest.
They added Legend of Koreasu Genshin is coming.
No shit, you're not fucking with me, are you? There's no way. Jeez. Jeez. All about that cheese.
No, they add Legend of Korra to series.
They should add One Piece characters, but I don't know. That would be more serious. Rawr.
UK how they Jews be adding anything.
Yeah, they add virtually everything and anything. Virtually anything and everything. Okay, this part, the body looks really odd, so I need to fix it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is... Okay. I feel like it's kind of like weird looking, which I will have to fix. Again, I keep adjusting and fixing Goku's outfit because it looks really weird or too baggy or too weird and strange.
I just realized you're drawing Gaku.
You just realized this?
I was half asleep.
Alright. makes more sense if I do it this way. Put his hand on it, put his fist on his hip. That makes more sense in my head. Feels more Goku if I put it on his hip. His waist on his hip. Just having it straight down feels so basic. If I put it on his hip, it feels believable in that sense. I was gonna put this, but would have been a little more personality, but it's frustrating the shit out of me. I don't have time for this. Plus, his body's not looking quite right the way I want it, so. This is about here. I don't look like he has titties or anything. That's weird. The sad thing about his passing is that he already had the sad thing about Akira Toriyama's passing is that at the time when they announced Dragon Ball Daima, I think it was called, everyone was not happy with that. Okay, we're getting somewhere with this. We're getting somewhere with this.
Mono for X 100 likes. Thank you Mono for X 190 likes. Thank you Mono for X 292 likes.
Thank you.
Thank you Mono for X 382 likes.
Thank you. Now it's this part that needs to be fixed. Oh, first thing, I did this wrong here. It's not supposed to look like that. It's just this piece now that needs to be worked up on.
Says okay, I just got the free clip studio. Why does the black look gray?
You got free Clip Studio. Why does the black look gray? What are you talking about? You got Clip Studio for free?
Says 1 month.
Oh, why does the black look gray? So wait, you made the color black? Like you're going with the color black and it looks grayish? Is that what you're saying?
Says the color.
I don't know about that one. I've never heard that before.
Says yachts.
That's a weird one. Because like if I went here, let's go straight black, and then I don't know about that one. That was a weird one. Unless you have a blending mode on or something, but I doubt it. I've never heard of that type of problem, if that is a glitch at all.
Says I was thinking about buying Clip Studio. I can buy one-time purchase for $10.
I think you can get the one-time purchase if you're not going for the upgrades. I think, if I remember right. That's the one I have, I think. I don't care for the upgrades or for the X, Y, and Z. I don't care for that shit.
Says yes.
Okay. So I'll go with that one. I suggest, yeah, get that version and get used to the program the way it's supposed to be. Plus, you don't have to pay a monthly fee just to be on it. I hate subscription-based stuff. It's so annoying. You know, it's funny. Where's those people who constantly bother me to draw Goku? Where are they? Where are they? Very weird. Very, very strange.
Says he'll be right back to each.
Alright. It's just really weird to me. Why is there the guys with such a hard-on for Goku not in here? It's not like I didn't say I was going to draw Goku in them. Especially when I titled it Akira Toriyama Tribute.
Says I don't know yet, because I got pretty used to Ibis paint, but when you draw I see how many cool.
Thank you.
Says functions it has.
Yeah,
Says funny.
I very rarely ever mess with the functions at all, or the thing. Amazing drawing. Thank you, Henry Edits. I think that's Henry Edits, if I'm just saying that right. Very funny.
Says I want Viral Paka, but it's Windows and Linux only.
Windows and Linux only. Well, you're on Mac, I guess? I'm assuming you're on one. Yeah, you must be on Mac. You're saying that.
Says tablet. Says Android.
Oh, Android. Okay. Okay. Let me fix his eye. He looks a little bit silly. I think I can fix it. I'm looking too weird.
Says I have to design a 3 model for the customizable tablet holder.
Oh, okay, okay. Here we go.
Says when I have my old one for my Wacom tablet, but it's kinda small and low.
Okay, okay.
Says, oh, I know the texture density was 70.
Just using a special brush.
Mono for X 475 likes. Thank you Mono for X 573 likes.
Says teach, I will be back. CIA.
Okay. That'd be part of my training. This man really told this child to go up to a strange woman and say, "Hey, can you go and ask that lady if she wants to go on a walk with me?" And he's like, Master Roshi, what does that have to do with my hey, boy, if you don't go over there.
Says low.
That's still funny. Boy, if you don't go over there. Oh man. That was funny. No, he didn't say exactly those same words or same outcome, but it was close enough. That was still funny. He's like, boy, if you don't get over there right now. Okay. I think he's gonna try with our human half.
You love all its shockingly low prices. But do you ever wonder how we do it? Simple. We buy opportunistic items for less and pass the savings along to you. When a brand has excess inventory from packaging or manufacturing overruns, they call us. There's no club membership needed. So, stop by your local grocery outlet today and let the bargain hunt begin. Grocery outlet, bargain market. You know, one thing about Goku's hair design has always been the strangest, but yet the most unique in anime history, because no matter what angle you put it, it's almost the same angle front and side. It is the most interesting hairstyle ever to draw, because it's ever rarely you have to do anything with the hair. If you can try to just draw it the way it looks on the side, you pretty much drew it in the front too. It is a very weird hairstyle that kind of just sticks out, and then also can just kind of rotate normally by just being drawn one time most cases. Now there are some like some parts that needs a little bit of finessing, like this one and this one. But if you just look at the front and the side and even the three-fourths quarter, three-fourths first and three-fourths from down and even up bottom or up top, or frontwards like this, it's pretty much the same drawing once. It's these two that actually stands out a little bit more, but you're not doing much here. But you're doing this is more finessing than all of them put together. This one's a little bit more. But Jesus, like this hairstyle is no one has always managed to be so different from all different hairstyles in anime, and know how to like. You can draw if you can draw it once, you can draw it, or if you can draw it at least one time, you can draw it again. It's a very unique hairstyle. This man was dead since the first. Jesus Christ. That was 8 straight days. That was 7 days.
Says for real.
Yeah, he was dead since the first. That's the part that throws me off. I was like, wow, that's 7 straight days. No one said anything till like yesterday. Nah, I don't like how that looks. That looks really basic. Don't like how that looks.
says all right in back.
Okay.
Says I send you something in Discord, BTW.
Okay. Okay. Okay, everything's in there for my place in that sense. Okay, that looks a lot like Goku now. Ugh, that looks ugly. Why does it look like that? Okay, I'm gonna fix that. Ugh, that looks very weird and synthetic. I'll do it my own way. I'm gonna do my own thing. Alright. Let me see. Yeah, you would just draw it normally, as if you were drawing breasts. Nothing more, nothing less.
Says he's looking good.
Good. For you to draw the bra on the the sports bra, you just gotta draw it normally if you're drawing regular breasts. The only thing you have to do is not draw the breast individually. You draw as one cohesive.
A fraction of a raindrop.
Breast. That's
3
it.
grains of salt. At up to 100 times more potent than morphine, the tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine.
Hey! No, we're not doing this.
Says so sort of compress them down is what you're saying, right?
No, if you're drawing the breast, just breast it. Like, if they're in a sports bra, it's gonna be like one cohesive thing, and then like that, and then you're done. You're not drawing them as individual breasts, like, you're not drawing them like they're 1 and then 2. You're not trying to draw them like individually. You have to draw them as one whole shape. You know what I'm saying? Because they're in one outfit, so.
Says what about around her shoulder, though? Would that bend a little since her arm is raised?
Yeah, wherever it lays is going to react, so it's gonna follow whatever the arm or shoulder blade is doing. So yeah, pretty much, it will not bend, but it will interact.
Says Oki. Thanks.
Yeah. Has anyone here watched Boy Meets World at one point in their life?
Says yeah.
There was an episode that really threw me off as a kid that I remember seeing it. And at the time, I didn't really was into Boy Meets World as a kid because, you know, you're a kid, you don't want to watch that. You prefer that as like adult shows or whatever. Or not adult, but like boring because there's not like cartoons or whatever. But there was an episode that really threw me off. I don't know why, but it always sat in my mind. The episode is when Eric, Corey's brother, I think he won a sweepstakes or some shit, where he went to Hollywood, back when Hollywood was actually real, not woke and stupid. But he went to Hollywood for like, I think a week or some shit. And what was weird is that he went on a set on some popular show, which I think it was parodying the show, because the show was popular at the time of its airing. So they did this meta thing where he's part of the show within the show. And I don't know why, but for some odd reason, because I guess it was ultimately Christian, I guess, looking back on the show now. Actually, no. Back in the day, I think the show was pretty progressive, but now when you look at it, the show is extremely Christian when you think of it now. And what throws me off about the show, or at least this episode, is that when he went to Hollywood on that on the meta-ness of the show, characters respectively who played themselves in the meta of him being in Hollywood was total jackasses to everyone else for some odd reason, because I guess it was some weird message where if you're famous and you have money, you're going to be somewhat of a very annoying person because you have fame and fortune and you get that big break, and I guess you're now elitist at a certain point. And I guess there was some type of life lesson in it where he had to tell the casts or the cast members to respect what they have in life and don't be such an annoyance to everybody. Does anyone remember that episode? Because what threw me off is like, why did they even have this episode in the first place, or this subplot in the first place? Like, what does this have to do with Corey and his ways of growing up? This had nothing to do with Corey. It was just randomly Eric doing his own damn thing. I still, up to this day, don't understand how that made any sense to air that. It felt like a giant reach to have Eric do something and also learn something in the process.
Says I don't remember that episode.
Yeah, it's a forceful reach. Yeah, I think that's how forgettable that episode was. Because I don't even think most people remember that episode where Eric literally left to go to Hollywood for some odd reason. I think he won a sweepstakes. If my mind serves me right. I don't know, it was just a weird thing. I just never understood why that was a thing, but it was a thing. It was like one episode. I think it was only for one episode. It's not like for two or anything. It was just like one. But it still threw me off to this day as a kid. It sits in my mind on why they even bothered to make this episode. It felt so boring now looking back at it, or thinking about it now. You know, I still, up to this day, kind of threw me off on what would Gohan actually turn out to be if Akira Toriyama kept Goku dead and just moved on with Gohan from that point. How much different would the story actually been if we just stuck with Gohan after the Cell Saga, or at least up to that point? Like, what would he have done instead of writing him to be just a scholar? Maybe he would have been like the future Gohan we wanted. I don't even know why we can call him future Gohan or like future Trunks. I don't know. What's the point? It's not even... I wouldn't even call him future Trunks. I will call him alternate Trunks. Wouldn't that make more sense? Not future Trunks. He's an alternate version of what Trunks is in another timeline. So wouldn't it make sense to call him alternate Trunks, not future Trunks? He's not from the future, per se. He's a grown-up version of Trunks, but he's not exactly the same Trunks that we know from with Goten.
Says, and I'm excited. We're cooking up kebabs tonight.
Okay. Oh, kebabs. Oh. Shit.
Says barbecue ones too.
Barbecue. Where are the Goku fans that keep harassing me to draw this man? Where are y'all? Where are y'all? Where is the Goku stands? Huh? Huh?
Says low.
This is wild. I'm drawing this man. Draw Goku. Can you draw Goku?
Says that's a good question. Where are they?
Where are they? Can you draw Goku? Can you stop what you're drawing and draw Goku for me, please? I need Goku. Yuck. I just look at you like, what the fuck? Like, can you hop off this?
Says they beg for it, then shoot. Jeez.
Yes, like, can you please hop off this man, please? I'm trying to, like, do some actual artwork here. Like, what the hell? Still to this day asking this man to draw Goku. Like they say in the comments, they like saying that stupid shit. I've been constantly asking him to draw Goku. I'm like, bro, if you want me to draw Goku, just pay me. It's not that big of a deal. Drop a gift. It's not that hard. But I don't have any money. Well, you're not getting Goku then. What the fuck? You'll pay Crunchyroll, but you won't give me $1 for your Goku. Okay, I see how this is. We're gonna play that game. Okay, we can play that game. I bet you can't even draw Goku. That's probably the reason why you won't draw him for me. I should draw this man out of pure fruition because you're telling me that because I refuse to draw it for compensation, that must indicate that I can't draw him. Okay. Remember, you was asking me to draw him, so you probably believe I can draw him. So when I say I want some money, all of a sudden I can't draw him? Okay. Got it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I guess I can't. I guess I can't draw the drawing the 5'7" or 5'11" like monkey man that you want. Sorry. Very fatherless of you. Okay. That's not looking right. That's really weird. This man's actually gone, my god. Akira Toriyama's gone, bro. He's gone, bro. Just poof. What I don't understand is that even if Broly, like the old classic Broly, was mad because this man was crying, how the fuck did you know his name? How did you know it was Goku? You was both babies. Your eyes was closed. Like, let's just say, like, if we're talking about classic Broly, shit makes no sense. That is the most weakest villain backstory ever.
Says I don't think they thought that through.
Nope. That is the most weakest villain trope ever. The fellow hero was crying a little too loudly for my beauty rest, so I had to be the most villainous of villains of all villains. That doesn't make much sense to me. It feels extremely weak. And no one said, like, I know, Akira, you're on your shit, but like this is kind of mid. This is a mid response. Just saying. I'm not trying to like stifle your creativity. I get it, but like I think we need a little bit more substance than that. Like, damn.
Says like crowd today.
Yeah, I'm drawing a dude. I'm drawing Goku. If they ever come here tomorrow and tell me nothing, I'm definitely blocking them. If any of y'all come in here my stream and say, "Can you draw Goku? Did you draw Goku?" Nope. If they ask me that, I'm gonna just straight block you. Like, really? Where were you when I was streaming for the last 8 to 7 hours? You know what's gonna be fun? No, that's all I'll do. If they come up to me and say, "Did you draw Goku?" I'm gonna ask them a question before I answer that question. I'm like, okay, before I answer your question, do you follow me?
No, I meant it. They asked you to draw him yesterday or today.
Nope. Nope. Nope-aronies. Like, if they bother to, oh my god, if they ask me anything about, "Can you draw Goku?" And I was like, okay, before I do that, before I even answer that question, do you follow me? And if they say yes, I'm blocking you. Actually, Barry, I'm asking, do you follow me? And if they say yes, and I'm like, what were you doing yesterday? On TikTok? Okay, I'm blocking you. I'm blocking you out of your face. You fucking serious?
Says if they ask me, I'd probably lose at F-Bar.
I'm blocking you right in your face. I'm not even gonna count.
Says now.
I was on TikTok. You was on TikTok, you followed me, and you asked me this question, yes, the following day. When I was sitting there for 8 hours. You couldn't... And you come bother me about drawing some monkey man from space? Okay. You literally just asked me to draw a chimp from
Says
space.
Mao.
Okay. When I was drawing said chimp and creator at the same time for the last 7 to 8 hours, and you didn't come or bother to see what I was doing? And that same person will be the same person who probably asked me, why do you draw women all the time? Why don't you draw Goku? Or, you change your ways. Oh my god, you changed your ways. Oh, good job. Here's a cookie. Yuck. I'm like, really?
Says
Block.
people are too picky of what people draw. She drives me nuts.
I know. All you do is draw women. Why do you draw women? Let me ask you a question, person with problems. Do you watch anime? Yes. You know, the Asians are just drawing a bunch of, like, people with no noses half the time. Little to no noses all the time. Are you gonna tell them that too? They draw a lot of fan service. You gotta tell them that too? You probably do. But then again, you gotta tell them that too? You think they're gonna listen to you? So why should I listen to you? You're not creating anything. I'm creating something. You're in here. You came in here to watch me create something and you don't like it. So all you have to do is get the fuck up out of here. You didn't do that. Very weird. You could not just leave? Strange. Because if I don't like seeing something, you know what I do? Leave. I'm not even gonna put a complaint. It seems pointless to even do that. Because 9 times out of 10, I have never seen
people that come in and say they don't have a body. Please.
Yeah, like they'll come in here and then we're like, what's worse is they'll come in here and then I'll tell them to, like, they don't even, like, if you don't like what I'm drawing, right? Why do you think you telling me that the drawing looks terrible is going to make me stop drawing it? Or even if it's not terrible and you ask me to draw something else, why would I stop what I'm drawing to draw what you asked me to draw? Why would I do this? And these same people will sit there for 7 to 3 hours straight and quiet, don't say anything, hoping that I draw a male. Why don't you just literally, like, I don't know, drop a gift and then I'll draw said male you want. Like, I draw a Stoffel for y'all. I did that, and I didn't want to draw that. I didn't draw Chica doing that nonsense she was doing way back when, back in October. So it's not like I won't draw it. It's just that you just need to provide the right stuff so I can, like, provide the right gifts in the game and the TikTok, and then I'll do it. But they won't do it. I think this is where I kind of hate subscriptions, and I understand why they exist at the same time. I understand why they exist, but I hate that they exist. Because people like that would want everything for free. And everyone should just do things for free because they ask. That sounds maddening. That's not how the world works. I'm surprised they're not charging us to keep emails these days. That day might be coming. One day they're going to charge us to have emails. Watch. That day will come.
Says TBH, I'm half tempted to start calling them all Karens.
Well, I'm gonna start calling them communists. That's what I'm gonna start calling them.
Thank you, Damien Pepper, for X102 likes.
Thank you, Damien.
Says I am watching a clownfish show that says TikTok may be getting banned.
I already saw that, but I don't think I'm gonna do any stream. I'm not gonna do any podcasts today. I don't know if I'm gonna do any today.
You know you gotten older when your heroes start dying.
Yep.
Says okay. Says okay.
I'm not sure yet.
Says TBH they've been saying that, but it still hasn't been banned. I think they're joking.
No, it's gonna be. Biden needs it to be existing for now, because he knows that's what all the young kids are. I'm not surprised if it does or doesn't. I'll be surprised if it doesn't, but but then again, I won't be surprised if it does at the same time.
Says you wouldn't believe what I heard. On the news they said they don't want kids on TikTok.
I wouldn't want kids on TikTok either. That makes total sense to me. Actually, I don't even think that kids should be on the
Goodbye,
internet.
Akira Toriyama, for making our childhood so much fun and showing us to go beyond.
Yeah. I don't think kids should be on the internet like that.
Says hadn't known user for 5. I don't blame them. Says they said it was cause of like politics or something.
I'm pretty sure it was, but ultimately I wouldn't want kids on the internet because there's too much to expose to them, and they get exposed to things that ideologies and stuff that doesn't make much sense, and they just run with it because it's cool, or they think they seem adult to get into those things, and then they start making very big mistakes and stupid radical moves that didn't make much sense in the first place.
Sorry about that. Hi, Artextrix.
No, it's perfectly fine. I understand. What's going on, Black? What's going on, bro?
Got me a bowl of mac. Watching your stream. All is good.
That's good. It's been a while since you've been here. How you been? Like, what you been ultimately up to, though? It'll be a funny storyline where Goku got hit in the head by like from a villain and went evil from that point on. Just like how he got hit in the head and he went good for like no reason. That would have been kind of funny. Given how this man took so many lickings before. Especially with the fight between him and Broly. And Jiren. How funny would that be? I know that'll piss off the Dragon Ball community, but that'd be funny as hell. Because all this time, all these villains who was just attacking Goku
Says
just
who I
missed him.
thought you were gonna say. He becomes extremely intelligent.
No, he becomes evil and intelligent. That would be funny. How much funnier that would be. He'd be extremely intelligent, tactical, and just like... You know how funny that would be? Extremely funny and tactical and intelligent. Just like Vegeta. But with Goku's strength.
Says cartoons did that a lot back in the day.
Did I really? Oh yeah. I remember. Wait.
That would be interesting.
It would be interesting, but it'll be. It would be interesting, but it'll be. I don't think anyone will take it seriously, though. I don't think people might run with it, but I don't think people will make it canon. They'll be like, that's just a one-off thing. Like, well, it's one-off. What if? It's like a one-if scenario. It's a one-off thing. I'm just so glad that while America was doing their whole multiverses thing with every fucking game and like franchise from DC.
Says yeah, when a not smart character hits their head and becomes smart.
Yeah, like becomes smart. Like what if like it's funny how like in America we went through our whole multiverse phase. Like completely went through that like with the like DC and Marvel and any other movie franchise or show that ran with that. Like, I think multiverses was the new time.
TBH, I was howling out loud when Tanjiro whacked Inosuke on the head when he first met him, then Inosuke woke up screaming like nothing happened at all. LMAO.
I think the funniest one is when he figured out that, I think to me, my funniest moment in Demon Slayer was when Zamatsu found out that Tanjiro was carrying Nezuko in the box, and he got so upset. He gave him like a tongue lashing. That was so funny.
Says oh my god, yes. That scene was hilarious.
Man, it was so...
Bro
gave the first... Bro gave the first simp speech ever that was legit funny and felt like kind of legit on his behalf. Like, actually, in a way, he was not right to be that upset, but it felt like he should be that right based on what he said and how he said it. It's just based on how he said it, not what he said. So you kind of legit felt bad for him to a certain extent, and like he sounds like he has a point, but he doesn't really have any foot to stand on here. But he feels right though.
Says he was so dramatic in that scene too. And later on we learned has a Scardy tag.
That's funny.
Says I mean as a demon slayer and is scared of everything.
What I still don't understand if does Tanjiro know that he can like he goes hard when when he's asleep? Or he's still not aware of that?
Says kinda.
I thought you would have known this by now with the district arc. I know. Hold on. What the hell? The way I drew that.
The only thing that got to me in Demon Slayer was how big of a perv Zenitsu was to Nezuko. And he's older than both Tanjiro and Inosuke.
Me, not really. That's like almost a trope in anime. Those type of dudes never get anything, and that's the part that I never understand for like females per se. They'll say like a character who acts pervy is a problem. I'm like, majority of the time that person is a gag character that is not supposed to be taken seriously in the slightest. Like Master Roshi for one. And they're usually extremely harmless, or they're usually the coward. They're never really truly like a threat to anyone or anything. I know some people are gonna make the strongman argument saying, but that's still like bad behavior, and that shouldn't be like be glorified. It's not glorified. That's why in most cases when they're ever doing anything like that, bad things happen to them. Something bad happens to them 9 times out of 10. It's very rare they ever get away with it unless they're a villain. And that
Says he always got whacked on the head.
yeah, so like it's never nothing to worry about. Now, it's only glorifying it if the person did something, if they did said action and didn't get any type of punishment in the slightest, and was says
it's not glorified, they instantly gets punished for it.
Yeah, because like what's wild about it is like it's only considered glorifying if the person not only gets away with it, but somehow the show says good job. I mean, like literally give them the good job, and that's never happened. I don't think that's ever has happened. Not that in my knowledge in any anime like that. I like how people be like that type of stuff should not be in anime or whatever. I'm like, you might have a point, but when you think about it, if that's the case, then don't have no death in it either. Don't have no battles or don't have any violence in it. Just let everyone stand like NPCs all day. Become like a total like robot rock. Beep bop boop boop bop. Nice day we're having. Yes, the weather is quite nice today. That's your plot. That was the whole show. Because anything else beyond that is probably problematic in some way in your woke understanding or your Twitter-like thinking. I too hate fun. That's not right. That part's gonna be annoying to deal with.
Says, hey, teach where her arm is above her head. Would the outfit bend a little?
No. Well, the outfit won't be all that bothered because it's not like it's being messed with. It's like your hands are just going up, so I don't think so. And since it's in the sports bra, then no. If anything.
Says okay, I asked cause it's kind of near her armpit a bit.
Okay.
Says is that Goku's dead.
No. Well, in a weird way, yes. If you're asking that question, then you probably have not seen the show. Let's see. But in a weird way, you're not wrong at the same time.
Says had a known user for 5 technically.
You're not wrong, but you're not right either. You're right, but you're not wrong. And you're wrong, but you're not right.
Says I like Goku when it is glowing white. Some sort of transformation, I think.
Yeah. Hold on.
Says I need to read that anime TBH.
You don't have to read it. You just watch the anime. It's fine. Yeah. Oh. Oh man, I'm getting tired and tired every more often than I should. I'll just get the basic signia, the normal signia later. Okay.
All right, here goes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do one, yeah, I'm gonna do one reaction and one manga recommendation. Hold on. Speak about International Women's Day. Is that what today is? No, that got overshadowed. Oh my god, that shit got overshadowed. Okay. Okay. I'm pretty much done at this point. Okay. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, find a recommendation. Ugh.
Says, hey, teach, is it alright if I send something through Discord?
Yeah, go ahead.
_Hirsch I lurk.
Hey Hirsch. Okay, this is good. No, that's one. Okay. So come over here if you guys want to hear the thing. If you want to hear the podcast on this, and then we'll go play Genshin. I'm going to finish the rest of this on my own, because I've been very exhausted. I don't know why. I've been feeling more exhausted than ever. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this a little more. I'm going to do this on my own when I wake up after the stream, but okay, so let me see. Okay, you can stop. There you go. Please stop. Okay.
Says okay, Seth James.
Why is not showing? Oh, there we go. All right.
Says I am starting to understand how to draw those folds more easily.
Good. What is your method? What is your method? Okay, it's nothing. All right, so let's just make sure you can hear this, so there's no issues.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish.
Okay, there we go. Alright, so with that said, you guys come here on YouTube, Twitch, or Trovo, whatever platform other than TikTok to hear this podcast. If we're going to talk about it and all that great stuff. This is Clownfish TV, Sweet Baby Ink Drama hits critical mass. Or so. So let's go and see what is happening. So while we are listening, I'll still continue the drawing as I go. We're only two. Yeah, also on Facebook. We're only doing 2 videos. So it's this one, the Sweet Baby Ink one, and then top manga you need to read. This was for 4 months ago, but I'll talk about it a little bit later. So let's see what they say. This was 2 hours ago, so this is extremely recent. So if you guys want to come over here, go on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Kick, or whatever platform. You won't be able to hear on TikTok because of reasons, because TikTok is not that great. So I'm going to put on jazz for you guys. There you go. So with that said, let's go. Where is this thing said?
TV, this is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkles in this video. We're going to talk about Sweet Baby Ink and what is being called Gamergate 2. Oh my god. Okay, so the Sweet Baby Ink debacle has spilled over into the mainstream. Now even normies are aware of what Sweet Baby Ink is, and you know, I'm really angry about this. I'll tell you why I'm angry, because I just did a podcast episode on Derest, which you can find on Spotify, Amazon, iTunes. By the way, that is our interview podcast. And we had Peter Pischke on, and we were talking about, now this was a couple of weeks ago, but we were talking about how it seemed like everything was kind of calming down. Everything was calming down, and now Sweet Baby Ink is what everybody's talking about right now. Hard drives, you've got a parody article. Sweet Baby Ink confirms you need no prior knowledge of Gamergate to enjoy Gamergate 2. Let's talk about this, because what is kicking this video off is this article by PC Gamer. Again, this is a very normie website, and they are talking about Sweet Baby Ink. It has spilled outside of the YouTubosphere. And Sweet Baby Ink is getting its stank all over everything. And it is indicative of a larger problem, by the way. It's not necessarily Sweet Baby Ink's fault. For those of you who do not know, and I feel like I have to recap this, and God, there is way too much to recap, but Sweet Baby Ink is basically a consulting firm out of Canada that has been...
Oh, is that Canada? That makes total sense. It makes total sense. I didn't even know where they was located. Now you say it's from Canada? Okay, makes sense.
Aired by multiple game developers to consult on diversity, equity, and inclusion issues, DEI issues on video games, most notably lately AAA.
This case was never going to be solved.
This is a terrible show.
And a lot of those titles have failed financially, critically. Gamers hate these games. And this has only been the last couple of years that we've started to notice that Sweet Baby Inc. is associated with a lot of these really high-profile AAA flops. Now, do I think it is Sweet Baby Inc.'s fault? No. I think the fact that the developers would bring a company like Sweet Baby Inc. in to do what is effectively sensitivity reading, they're sensitivity readers, and have them come in and tell them what's problematic about their game shows where the mindset of the developer already is. So they're not the root cause of the problem, but they're definitely a symptom of the problem, which is this bizarre focus on DEI in the video game space, especially the AAA space. And I guarantee you there are more Sweet Baby Incs. out there. There are probably several out there. But what really upset gamers was this clip that surfaced of the founder of Sweet Baby Inc. Effectively telling you to hold your studio hostage if they won't kowtow to all this DEI stuff. That you had to terrify them to get them to hire a company like Sweet Baby Inc. to come in and quote unquote fix your problematic shit. And gamers lost their shit, and so now it's blown up into quite the issue. We've got Kotaku, outlets like Kotaku and the Mary Sue, and I'm going to pull some other articles up here. The Gamer, of course, defending Sweet Baby Inc. So it's basically the gamers versus the game journalists and the activists all over again. So yeah, I think calling it Gamergate 2 is very appropriate. I think Gamergate 1 ended with Hogwarts Legacy, where these very same people were stepped over completely, ignored completely, and despite their attempts to get Hogwarts Legacy canceled because they did not want J.K. Rowling getting even richer than she already is, the game went on to become the best-selling game of the year. And now we're right back at it again, where they're trying a different tactic, which is all the bigots are mad because, they want bigotry in games and they want racism in games. It's like, no, people are starting to see like, oh, wait a minute, this is why games suck all of a sudden. The last couple of years, all these AAA titles suck. All the women are ugly. Everybody's being race swapped. The dialogue is wonky. We're emasculating male characters. Anything that's problematic, we're going to take out. Freaking Saints Row is about paying off your student loans as a bunch of like Portland people, Portland peeps, Portland folks paying off student loans or some shit like that. We can't have anything problematic in games now. Starfield, pronouns could be a result of hiring a company like Sweet Baby Inc. So let's talk about this a little bit more. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Go out to Clownfish Gaming as well. We have gameplay videos and gaming news out there. We're going to try to figure out what works for that channel. Gameplay videos are fun. Gaming news is fun. I'm thinking maybe do a news roundup instead of multiple gaming videos. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, again, just to recap, Sweet Baby Inc. about us from their website. Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video game industry. We aim to make more games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. Well, again, a lot of their games are massive flops, and what really kicked this into high gear. A lot of people have been talking about Sweet Baby Inc. for the last couple months now, but what really kicked it into high gear is this person, Cabrutus from Brazil, put together a curated list on Steam of games that Sweet Baby Inc. has been associated with, and many of the games are high-profile failures. Talking, oh my God, we've got Saints Row, the reboot on there. We've got Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League on there. We've got Forspoken on there. I mean, there definitely is a common thread. And again, while I don't think it's solely Sweet Baby Inc.'s fault, that mindset is absolutely killing AAA gaming. And I think this is probably why we're seeing a lot of layoffs. I have to wonder if studio heads don't realize this is killing their franchises, killing their bottom line. And they're like, yeah, let's do some layoffs. And then we'll just blame the economy. But really, we're getting rid of the activists, so we can go back to business as usual. So, of course, they reacted. They tried to get him canceled. Cabrutus, they tried to get him canceled. They tried to get the list taken down. I think there's over 200,000 people subscribed to this list. Way more people supporting the cancellation or at least detection of Sweet Baby Inc. product than are for it. But, of course, we've got journalists weighing in here. We had the journalist from Kotaku. I think she's actually the editor.
Yeah, they took that out. They took out the Final Fantasy stuff. I said this yesterday. Less than a week, they took it out. It was only there for probably for the time being for 1 week.
Melissa Mercanti, and she's actually taken to Twitter now, saying that she's being harassed, which I have no doubt she probably is being harassed.
Hi, Lala.
But I mean, she basically did a hit piece.
Hey, Lala, what's going on, hon? How's your day going? Hope you're doing well. All that great stuff. Hey. I know. They took it out. I have no power over them taking it out, sadly. It's frustrating, not gonna lie, but it happens. Oh, shit. Bad. What am I doing? What the hell? Hold on, I'm sorry. Jelly bear. Oh yeah. Rawr. Let me see. Ooh. If you want to hear the sound effects, you gotta come over here on YouTube and Twitch. So when you send something from your phone on TikTok, you'll hear the sound effects because we're doing the podcast right now. What's going on with Sweet Baby Inc. So that's why you may not be able to hear the sound effects right now. But if you want to hear them, you gotta come over here and play them. Okay, so I think that's everything I just did. Chrome. No, not Studio. There you go.
Piece on gamers and called gamers toxic.
Thank you, I appreciate
She admitted to going to the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord and getting a bunch of screen caps. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? So our friend of the channel, Lorena Creel, saying where are the timestamps and the sender info from these supposed death threats, and she says, "Oh girl, they're not going to love you." Basically, they're not going to like Lorena Creel because she's a black woman, and all gamers are bigots, even though the list was started by a Brazilian guy. Next thing will be like, it's just Trump supporters. Again, the list started by a Brazilian dude. But whatever. And yeah, so we actually do love Lorena Creel. Geeky jumping in here. I jumped in here. And Alyssa, I don't think, has responded. Alyssa has been contacted by multiple people trying to get her on their shows or podcast, interview her and ask her what the hell she was thinking, but she's not going to answer. So now we have PC Gamer weighing in on it. So it has spilled over into the mainstream. We've got Grums here, who was a guest on Derezzed, by the way, and the episode he was in will be next week. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence, and it was a really good conversation. So check it out. Again, Pimpin' Derezzed on Spotify, Amazon, iTunes. Check it out. But yeah, he said PC Gamer gets it wrong. Gamers reacted because Sweet Baby Inc. tried to cancel a list of games they worked on and got banned from Twitter by going after the creator on Steam to try and take his games away. Yeah, they were trying to get him canceled off of Steam. But all he did was put together a list that had all of the Sweet Baby Inc. taint, I guess, all the games that they were associated with. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You're not saying boycott, Sweet Baby Inc. But if you don't like the games, the past games that Sweet Baby Inc. has worked on, you're not going to like anything coming down the pipeline. But apparently they're getting some of the games removed, because I know when I first talked about it a couple days ago or last week. They had a lot more games on it. Now a lot of these games are getting removed. Probably AAA studios calling in favors. So here is the PC Gamer article in question.
They're actually wait. If I'm correct, I think the AAA studios are telling them to take Sweet Baby off their games. Is that what that is? If I'm getting that correct, they're taking them off their games in their games list so they don't be curated or be seen, so they don't get in trouble. Ah, okay. So that's how they play. Talk about so they're gonna take them off the credits so they don't get in trouble, so they keep their sales. Okay.
Sorry. PC.
Hi, I'm Katya. Just last year, my
I don't care.
PC Gamer, a company called Sweet Baby Inc. has become the target of anti-woke gamers because it offers consultancy work and industry standard service that's been normal for years. Yes, but the DEI angle is relatively new. If you're gently confused as to why everyone was upset at an allegedly sweet baby, then you're certainly not alone, as per a Kotaku report. So I'm going to stop it right there. And we've talked about this before. This is how journalists collude. One person writes an article.
Yeah.
All of their friends, and I guarantee you they're all hanging out in Slack together. They have all got their own Discord. They will link back to one another. And this is a technique that they've been using to drive traffic to websites and to boost their websites' search results, because more backlinks you have to articles from reputable news, quote unquote, reputable news sources, the better off, the better traction that those articles historically have gotten. And Google, and these writers need every click they can get at this point. Like, all these blogs are falling off a cliff. But I guarantee you these people are colluding behind the scenes. Hey, we're gonna support our journo friend over here, and then we're gonna have, I call it the chum bucket. One journalist dumps an article. The
chum bucket.
It's
what?
Usually Twitter outrage, or in this case, they went to like Discord or something, and then all the other journalists feed off of that article, and then it makes it seem like the entire internet is against you, when in reality it's like a dozen people, maybe. Meanwhile, that list on Steam, the last time I checked, had over 200,000 people. And those are consumers. Those are people who are registered on Steam. They buy games. So are you going to tell 200,000 plus customers to go fuck themselves? If you're, 200,000 times 50, 60 bucks a pop, it adds up. I'm just saying, you don't want to do that. As per a Kotaku report, it says on the subject yesterday, a Steam group has picked up traction to the tune of around 70,000 members at the time of this writing. It's way more than that now. It's called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected as if to warn discerning customers of invasive DRM or something. It is invasive DRM. It's invasive DEI is what it is. It is. Instead of warning against potentially sketchy software, these concerned gamers have instead perceived a rising tide of ideology that's somehow taking over the industry by force. Kotaku's senior editor spoke to a handful of members from the group's Discord who are primarily concerned about ideological worldviews that I believe have taken a hold of the Western world media and gaming as a whole, and race and identity group quotas. In other words, the kind of stuff that caused an entire fleet of gamers to construct their own anti-woke sci-fi convention. Yes, and they're like, okay, again, I want to talk about the chum bucket. What they're linking to is this anti-woke science fiction convention that the co-creator of Doom, John Carmack, attended, and they tried to get him canceled for it.
Wow.
Okay. So they're trying to name check Joe Carmack in this, even though he has nothing to do with the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff, as far as I know. You see how insidious they are? They really are. Now they're going to air every grievance. They're going to air every grievance. And the next thing you know, they're going to bring up Hogwarts Legacy, and they're going to bring up all this shit. These people need to be fired. These blogs need to be shut down.
They need to be shut down. They need to be fired. They need to be fired.
And if you're a site owner, right? If you're a site owner, one of these days, in the very near future, one of your writers is going to write a hit piece on the wrong person, and they're going to sue for defamation, and they're going to win, and they're going to take you for millions of dollars.
Yep.
If they help end somebody's career, you're going to be paying out millions of dollars. Ask CNN how that worked out for them. Ask Deadspin. Deadspin is in the middle of a lawsuit right now over that Kansas City Chiefs kid that they said was wearing blackface to the game.
Yeah, then
ask them how it's going for them.
Yeah,
so one of your writers, one of your rogue writers, your Kotaku writer or your PC Gamer, whatever, they're gonna piss on the wrong person.
Says hell be missed dearly.
They're gonna get slapped with a lawsuit, and you, the publisher of this website, you're gonna pay for it. You know, you're paying these people like $10 an article or something, and they're gonna cost you potentially hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in damages. So just think about that. Think about that. Next time you let these people run at the mouth and you look at the short-term games of like, well, we got a lot of traffic off of that. Yeah, you think about that. You might have made $50,000 or $100,000 in traffic, but are you prepared to...
Says honestly, Dragon Ball won't be the same sad face.
It'll never be the same now. This is why I say, if a franchise, when the author dies, I think that's when the franchise should stop going. Because once it keeps going, people who are bad faith actors, who are bad faith actors will get a hold of this property and do very malicious and evil things with it. I just don't trust humans like that with other people's stuff. So, because it's never going to be the same. So I that's why I always think, like, if that's up to the creator though, right? So like I think that should be a thing that creators should have the opportunity to say, like, once I pass away, no one cannot use my characters anymore and my IP anymore. Well, I don't think you can just say anymore because the studios use them. So like I'm pretty sure that it's at a very long certain amount of time or something. I think that should be the best thing to happen.
Says I think we should put some trust into Toyotaro.
I'm against it, but I don't really trust other people with other people's stuff because it never is the same. Because people tend to fuck it up, and then we're living in this DEI, ESG world where they're trying to bring that shit to Japan as best as they can. So, what is the best? Like, if DEI gets their hold of, or ESG gets their hold of something like Dragon Ball, it's over. No anime is safe. If they somehow manage to get Dragon Ball to be DEI and inclusive, no anime is safe. None. It will be over. Everything you know and love will be gone.
Says I mean we still have Toyotaro.
So. And that's what makes it scary. See, the thing is...
Says he has the same mindset as Tori.
Because I understand, but that's not the case. The case is that because of DEI right now and how rampant and vampant it is, because they're trying to get that shit over there on Japan right now, because Sega, because like I think some companies have said no to the whole DEI thing because they realize how stupid it was, but there are some Japanese companies like Sega that are still signed up. So once they get something like Sega or like Bandai or like what I can think of, Bandai or From Software, it's over. Or Square Enix already sucking that Kool-Aid already. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like Square Enix was one of them already, to a certain extent. But now, if they get their hands on something like Dragon Ball and Pokemon, per se, not saying that they don't have it in Pokemon, but it'll be a lot more prevalent. And you will not be able to escape it. That's where the problem comes in for me. It's not even about Toriyama or the his successors or his subordinates under him. It's more of because this is a global thing that is a constant parasite on virtually everything and everyone that's involved with it. I won't be surprised if they try to get Goku saying stupid shit like his who he identifies as, or some new character who's like of color and saying a lot of things, and Goku's just accepting it for what it is, and that's it. Like Goku cares. Or Luffy, saying things or agreeing
Says,
with
oh
things
no,
that he
please
wouldn't.
no.
So that's what I'm saying here, because once Toei
Says I know Toyotaro won't let that fly at least.
well, we'll see, because remember, ultimately the company itself makes all the last decisions, and then remember, it's not even just Toei I'm talking about. I'm talking about like Shonen Jump, because remember Toei and Shonen Jump shares the rights to like Dragon Ball. So like this, if it's not one thing, it's another. You know what I'm saying? So like there's too many like hands, and then these hands can be tied pretty up with one another and be in bed with one another, and there's nothing we can do, because once they bring that shit and try to force that ideology, it's over. They already have a person saying that crazy shit in I think it was Kome Can't Communicate or Speak or whatever the fuck. There's a character who say that I identify as such, and that's how it starts from that point, right? They did the same thing in Tekken, but they made a joke of it. But that's how they get in. First, it's just made fun of for the meantime, and then once that becomes a joke, it morphs into something else slightly more less of a joke, and slightly more less of a joke, and then it's an actual topic, and it becomes a topic, it becomes a serious topic, and more serious topic to it just becomes something you don't want to touch, and then it's part of it's not something you can just avoid, it just becomes part of the whole zeitgeist from that point. It becomes part of the conversation. It becomes a talking point, a political response. That's how they get in. That's how the Trojan horse works. Once you make it into a joke, once it's even seen as a joke, and it enters in as a joke, it don't stay as a joke. That's what I'm saying. So let's just say they have DEI in, like, say, One Piece, right? And I'm not talking about the Netflix movie. I'm talking about the show, the cartoon, the anime, right? And then they have a character say something that wouldn't really would probably fit in One Piece, but this character is being a lot more mouthy than the rest of the supporting cast or just the crew in general. And then they're saying things that has really nothing to do with the story or the plot or whatever the fuck's going on. And then they first treat them as like a joke or some type of nuisance at first, and then as time goes on, whether it's One Piece,
I'm back.
It goes to the next franchise, and this time that character type, that archetype, is not going to be treated as such a joke anymore. It's going to be treated more of a archetype, right? Like a tsundere, or just like a trope in general, right? So once that happens, the Trojan horse starts. Now they got a foothold somewhere. And then once that foothold takes place, it's just a matter of time until you have Gojo saying shit he would never have said. You have Gon accepting things that he never would probably said or go with. You have fucking someone like who can I think of? What's the show I can think of? Bleach. We have characters that wouldn't make much sense to the world all that much. Look what they did to fucking Doctor Who, right? Look at Doctor Who, and I don't even watch that show. And look what happened to Doctor Who, right? And the sad thing is, if people stop watching, it's not gonna stop it, because what's gonna happen is being paid by their taxpayers. So like, It's a tax thing. So like in the UK, so like even if people do not watch the show at all, it will still keep going because the taxpayers are paying for it from default. So it will never die. The only way the show will ever stop if the taxpayers stop paying taxes, and they know for a fact that's not going to happen. That's why something like Doctor Who is extremely woke. So,
I'm putting that into your brain, right? They said that they were there's a big statement on climate change. They talk about the Xbox climate change thing, or start lengthy Twitter threads about how they accurately rendered Aloy with the usual amount of hair a woman has on her face. Yeah, they made her uglier. I'm sorry, they did. Situation grew in scale. Some Sweet Baby employees, frustrated at the idea of a curated list specifically made to avoid games they worked on, acknowledged the group on social media. While the tweet has been removed, one employee also discovered and shared the group curator's Twitter account, and it just made him more powerful. It did strike us down. Regardless of your opinion on that, it should be noted that Steam's guidelines for this sort of thing prohibit insults, harassment, and discrimination. The creator and members of these groups are responsible for ensuring that they adhere to all the guidelines outlined above. It can be argued that the anti-Sweet Baby group is violating said guidelines. How is that different than putting a list together of movies directed by you, Bull? I'm just saying, like, how is that different than putting together a list of movies starring an actor you don't like, right? Like, if you don't like that actor, why would you watch a movie starring that actor? Why would you watch? If you hate Adam Sandler, is it wrong or is it harassment to put?
What's the theme? The theme is Sweet Baby Inc. This one episode is about.
Together a list of Adam Sandler movies. So
I'm pretty sure you're aware of the whole Sweet Baby thing.
You know not to watch those movies because and I like Adam Sandler. I do. I want to be clear. Adam, if you're listening, I like you. But I'm just saying, like, if you don't like Adam Sandler movies, here's a list of movies starring Adam Sandler. Okay, then I won't rent any of those movies. I won't stream any of those movies. I don't view that as harassment. Anyway, Sweet Baby employees maintain that overall their job is to provide assistance to companies that already want to improve already existing diverse elements. I would say that is true. I would say it's not Sweet Baby Inc. in particular. I would say that they are a symptom of
a problem.
The ideology behind the game studio. So if they call Sweet Baby Inc., that means that they are highly concerned about DEI. That means that you know that the game is going to be quote unquote woke. You know it is because they called Sweet Baby Inc. Why would you call sensitivity readers in unless you were worried about offending somebody? And it's usually the only people offended are the sensitivity readers.
Yeah.
Usually the consumers aren't offended. The sensitivity readers have to justify their existence. So they're going to look for everything that could potentially possibly maybe offend somebody on Tumblr, 5 years ago. That's
5 years ago.
This group was founded in 2018.
And what's funny about that is that it's not like they stop from there. What they're trying to do is trying not to offend the future and the past at the same exact time. You can't do that. It's virtually impossible to not offend someone from the future and the past. When I say the past, I'm talking about people in the future will figure out that this game was old and then look back on it and see when it came out and say, this is problematic because this came on this year and this is upsetting me. Because the people say that. Because people look back at old movies like with Jim Carrey, Adam Sandler, Joe Dirt, all these people. And then, what's his name? Jerry Seinfeld, and say, how dare you make a movie like this from 20 plus years ago? You know what I'm saying? Expecting like everything was exactly how it was 20 years ago. Because if it was, you won't be saying this 20 years from now.
And they act like a group that was founded in 2018. But these damn AAA titles take like a half a decade or more to develop, so... To the uninitiated observer who gets riled up over Starfield daring to let you they them in space. Okay, so again, another hyperlink, this time to Heels versus Babyface, to Az. And the pronouns thing. God, Sweet Baby may very well represent everything terrible about video games in the modern era, but in case you aren't like that, I feel obligated to lay out an explanation. Consultation work is a complete non-event. They're a narrative development company, according to its CEO, Kim Belair, and described as a consultation studio. They're
if you go back and look at Pulp Fiction, there's a lot of offensive things that happen in that movie. There's one particular scene, if you know what I'm talking about. But, like look back at all the movies within the 2000s and back. There was a time of their era, and that's just how it was. It was not that the people was evil, it's just that's just how it was, just like how today is we have a bunch of woke shit. One day, this woke thing will come to an end. Maybe not in my lifetime. Maybe it might end at the time I pass, or after my grandchildren, or something like that. But nothing lasts forever. Akira Toriyama is a perfect example of this. Rest in peace. But I'm saying, like, literally, nothing lasts forever. Not even evil doesn't last forever, and not even good lasts forever. So, it is what it is.
Guys, so again, they're not the sole cause of the problem. The problem is the studios were so worried about potentially offending someone that they called them in. Now, it doesn't look good for them that their founder was out there saying, hey, it'd be a real shame if you didn't call us in. You should make your marketing people terrified. And I think the people that are getting fired from the AAA studios, I'm going to be honest, are the people that probably called in Sweet Baby Inc. in the first place. They're going to say
ain't that funny?
Money. And
ain't
I
that
do believe
funny?
on some level it's because
the
of
people
money,
who called in Sweet Baby Inc. will probably be the ones who lose their jobs first. Ain't that evil and funny at the same time? That's crazy.
It's a very convenient excuse to purge the activist employees from your company and be like, you know what? Oh, guys. Oh, God. Yeah, we didn't do very good last quarter. Yeah, we're going to fire about a third of our staff. Yeah, it's a real shame. Yeah, Fortnite. I know, right? Fortnite's like the biggest game on the planet. But yeah, trust us, bro. We're not doing very good. Yeah, so we're going to have to lay like a third of you off. Hasbro's like, hey, yeah, trust us, Wizards of the Coast. We need to lay like everybody off in Dungeons and Dragons. We don't understand what's going on. We're just going to have Larian make games for us. I'm telling you what they're doing. I think it is partially because of finances, but I think it's mostly because they're trying to get rid of the activists. They're trying to
get rid of them. Get rid of all of them.
The studios, because they're the ones who got the bright idea to call up a Sweet Baby Inc. in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes on and on. They talk about different games. Picking a fight doesn't matter who, because it's there. That's the whole thing, folks. If you're against games with inclusive casts, it's growing harder to toe that particular line. Such games have proven, not that they needed to, that they can be both good and bad in the ways that any game can be. It's hard to say, for example, that non-heterosexual folks like... Okay, here we go. Here it is.
Right here it is.
Guys. I'm just saying.
The truth.
I'm just saying. Usually there's a personal stake. It's hard to say, for example, that non-hetero folks like myself are ruining video games when Baldur's Gate 3 is inherently supportive of queer players. Yeah, but you're not hearing the complaints about Baldur's Gate 3, are you? Pal World, it doesn't even have male or female. You've got body types, but I'm not hearing a lot of complaints about it because the game's not shoving it in your face.
Yeah.
In fact, Pal World, after you create your character, regardless of the body type, you can immediately go out and stuff human beings into balls and butcher them or enslave them.
You can butcher? What the hell?
Folks, if we're
I know about the enslaving part.
I need you by my side.
No, Grandpa. Anyway, I know the enslaving part. I know the enslaving part, but I didn't know about that part. That one was off to me. Didn't know you can do that. That's wild.
The color of their skin is, yeah. It happens to be one of the best RPGs of the decade. But Larian's not out there.
Oh my God.
Screaming at you about pronouns. Larian's not out there. People working with Larian Studios, at least currently, God, I hope they do not call Sweet Baby Inc. But Larian's not out there.
That's crazy.
Saying that you need to add these DEI elements to your game, or it'd be a real shame. It'd be a real shame if all of our friends at Kotaku and The Gamer and Polygon came after you. So that is the article on PC Gamer. So it is spilling out into the open. We've got one on, let's see here. The Shortcut. Sweet Baby Inc. detected what actually happened and why should you care? And they explain it. They break it down. What do they do? We've got an article on the Mary Sue. Of course, Sweet Baby Inc. is under attack due to conservative conspiracy theories.
Right.
Conservative.
That's their go-to place.
Conservative conspiracy
That's always
theories.
their go-to.
This is Rachel Ulotowski. Is that Rachel Leichman under a different name? Who the hell knows? I think they only have like 3 writers on the Mary Sue at some point. They believe Sweet Baby Inc. is secretly poisoning their games with diversity. It's unclear how Sweet Baby got on the far right's radar, but somehow it did. The company's employees discovered a still active Steam group called Sweet Baby Inc. Detective. It has over 210,000 members who are trying to... That's a lot of customers, guys. Again, these people are registered on Steam. That means that they're buying games. I'm just saying. That's a lot of customers who are trying to compile a list of every game associated with Sweet Baby in any way. However, most of its forums and discussions have been wiped and locked. They're going after Kotaku's Alyssa Mercanti. Oh my God, how very dare they? After she infiltrated the Discord, loudly announced she was a Kotaku journalist and took screen caps of everything being posted. How very dare they get angry about that? How dare they kick her out of the group? Here we have the gamer, of course, Stacey Henley, who was advocating for Hogwarts Legacy to be canceled. Stacey Henley, who was advocating for a boycott of Hogwarts Legacy. And because of that, she made some comments about J.K. Rowling that apparently the BBC had to walk back because they were in danger of getting sued.
Yeah.
Because they let Stacey Henley run at the mouth on a radio program, as I understand it. Again, you see what I'm saying? Like, you get these people...
I think celebrities should do that more often. Just sue the fuck out of anyone who comes across them and start doing all this shit. Like, especially if they get terminated for, like, wrongly for reasons, they should just do that. It will make them think twice before they do anything. It'll make them definitely think twice. So these companies can't just cancel you for, like, no reason. Because they heard something. They'll be like, well, we heard that something happened, but we need to wait till like, what they did with... I believe companies should stop working with you after if something happens, like...
Says imagine how many would get canceled.
Yeah, but imagine this. If every company just waited, just like how Disney did for Jonathan Majors, you can't be mad at them. I personally cannot be mad if, like, okay, so for instance, for Rooster Teeth, once everything was kind of inconclusive, and, well, I know that Vic technically lost, but then again, he didn't. He technically lost, but it was under other circumstances now of what he was being sued for, or what he was suing for. But the point is that as long as it takes to court, and it's something legitimately, like, bad, and it's taken to court, and they wait till a verdict happens, that's when they can say, okay, are you X, Y, and Z? Did you win or did you lose? If you lose, then we terminate you. If we don't lose, you're fine. If most companies worked like that, cancel culture wouldn't exist. They wouldn't exist. The only time they should ever cancel or stop working with you is when you did something that is, like, against the law type stuff, right? And it's taken to court in some fashion. Once you're being accused of something that did not come to court, you cannot lose your job till it goes to court. So you can't make a stupid allegation on Twitter, and then because it got some traction, therefore, that makes it facts. Because that happens way too much on Twitter, bro. Way too much. Some person accused someone of something else, make a giant document thread, and you know what's weird? Most of these people don't know how to write a script, much less do homework. But somehow they're able to make documents when victim. Weird. Strange.
No, he said, she said BS.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I don't believe that he says, she says nonsense. I believe if it goes to court, if what you're saying is true, take it to court. Don't put on Twitter. If you put on Twitter, you should lose credibility instantly. Instantly. Because the problem with that, because the reason that if you put on Twitter, and I think you lose credibility, because if something is heinous as something you're being accused of is bad, you should be telling it to the authorities, not strangers on the internet who don't have any training of how to handle these type of things. Because most people are irrational as fuck. So when they hear something they don't like, they irrationally respond in a way that is not sound in any way, and then they do bad things. Right? That's the point I'm saying. So this is why, if someone does something to you that you do not like, or they did you something that is heinous, you go to the authorities. You don't go to Twitter. Because all you're just going to do is rile up people who just want a problem, because a lot of people don't care, and a lot of people want something to do, and just want to be mad at something. You know what I'm saying? So that doesn't make much sense. Right? That's what I'm saying. If you put your shit on Twitter, or anything like that, I don't believe you. I would not believe anything you have to say. Because if you're going to make a 20-page document, which a lot of people have done that before.
Says yeah, Twitter community isn't the best.
Yes, they witch hunt, and then they did this same thing to what's her name? Oh, it was Ethan. Ethan went after a dude because not Asmongold. What's her name? That Twitch streamer is a female name. I forgot her name. She's pretty famous. Not Pokimane. It starts with A. I forgot her name. I think she has red hair. And she claimed that she was in a bad relationship with her husband or something. Or something to that extent. And she went and complained about it on Ethan's, on H3H3's like podcast or something. Or no, she complained about it. I think
Alinity.
Oh yeah, Alinity. No, not Alinity. Someone else. She has red hair. She does like workout videos. I think she plays video games. She does hot tub streams. I forgot what her name is. Oh, I forgot her name. It's but like she said she had not Alinity. She's the one who threw her cat or gave her she threw her cat over her head or something like that. She said her husband was really like mean or whatever, and I guess Ethan took this as some type of go after the said husband, but he not only just went after, he was trying to look for the husband on the internet, he went for the wrong person. So that person got harassed for like no reason. This random person that Ethan blasted on the internet while live streaming got attacked, and he was not even the right person. It was just some random. That's why you don't fucking go to Twitter. Because people like Ethan exist, and because he exists, he will not think clearly and do something insane like that, and put people's lives in danger. Because he has a following of unhinged individuals. That's why. I understand that Ethan was trying to be noble to a certain extent, but honestly, you should mind your business and let her figure that out on her own. Not Alinity. What's her name? I think she starts
Says
with
Twitter will go after pretty much
anyone. Yeah, so like that's why I would never put anything, whether the person is guilty or not, do not put it on Twitter, because people have very vague definitions on what wrong is, right? Everyone has very vague or precise or very loose definitions of certain words, right? So, like look at TikTok, for instance. When I was just streaming, didn't talk about anything, didn't say anything, it said I got a warning on my live stream. It gets worse
if you accidentally put a political message on Twitter.
Yeah, it gets worse.
Bad idea, thumbs down.
Yeah, never do that. Never put a political message. That's why I don't stream to Twitter anymore. I stopped streaming Twitter because I thought of that myself. Once I started doing the reactions, I said no, don't stream to Twitter, because I can go left real fast. Because people will take it out of context and then run with it, right? And not watch the whole thing, because a lot of people are inherently lazy and don't want to put in the work and research. They'll just see a clip and witch hunt anyone if they don't follow the ideologue talking points of today, right? So you have to be very careful when talking about this type of stuff.
I still can't get over the fact that you can stream on Twitter.
Yeah, it blew my mind too. That shit blew my mind too. I'm not lying. Like, that shit is wild. It is the most weirdest thing ever to stream on Twitter. I don't ever see anyone stream it. I think I'm the only one on Twitter has streamed on it so far. I still don't see anyone streaming on that thing.
Says your IP would go out pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why I decided not to do that, because it's too risky and I don't have the FU
They'll
money.
basically stalk you and harass you until you agree with them, or they love to start a fight in that app.
Yeah, but, and you know what's worse?
Threatening people sometimes.
Yeah, what's worse is that they'll go after your loved ones. That's how they really get you. It's not about, or they go after your job or your loved ones. That's how they play dirty. That's how they play the most dirty, because they don't like ways. I think some guy I saw on TikTok was just talking about this very thing. He got ousted on the internet because some person didn't agree with him on a Nicki Minaj hot take. And mind you, this is a man who's part of the LGBT. So when he was giving his opinion, it was about Nicki Minaj and her concert. I don't even think it was about Nicki Minaj per se. It was just about the concert. And because they didn't like what they had to say about said concert, that person's IP address was ousted. So that was crazy. That was crazy to me. That was crazy. So, like, yeah.
They talk big, but I rarely see Twitter people execute their words or actions.
No, they rarely do.
One guy who tried it on Twitter and tried to attack the family in person and was arrested.
Yep, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. That's crazy.
These activists, and they run at the mouth, and they say defamatory things, and they run the risk of getting your publication sued into oblivion. So I'm just if you're a site owner, I would watch yourself, because if you publish this shit and you call people Nazis and you call them alt-right and you call them bigots and you call them transphobes, and it has an impact on their careers because you put this label on them because of a couple of things that they've said on Twitter or whatever, you do run the risk of getting sued. I want to be clear about that. You know, if it's not opinion, if you're definitively saying they are these things, you run the risk of getting sued. Diversity is not your enemy in a live service world. No, it's not. It's not. But Sweet Baby Inc. is very ham-fisted with their messaging. Studios aren't forced to add diversity. They're forced to add battle passes and endless grind, leading to worse games and cheap demographic appeal.
Right.
That is true. But the whole article is about Sweet Baby Inc. Stacy says, I'm not sure how I feel about all this. It feels a little too close to design by committee for my liking, moving away from a video game being a result of the artistic efforts of a specific few who share a vision into an amorphous team of 1,000, each applying a single brushstroke to an overall painting. That's a reasonable take. Okay, Stacy, I'll give you that. That is a reasonable take. However, I'm aware that modern day games require the work of thousands and have enjoyed many games made with the assistance of narrative consultants, and some specifically with Sweet Baby Inc. On an academic level, I am curious as to what weird and wonderful results.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If I was a game studio and I was writing some insane story, I will let this insane story flow. You know why? Even if I piss off a bunch of people, it's gonna bring traction by natural selection. Think about it. It will bring natural selection if people really gravitate to it. Because if you're being a genuine individual, if you're being truly genuine on what you're doing and or writing, you don't have to tell people you're genuine. Like, you don't have to say you're diverse. You will see the diversity. This is why people love animes like One Piece. It is vastly diverse on all spectrums, right? From all body parts, body types to like different personalities and orientations.
Some games have even let insane game stories be added to the gameplay.
Exactly.
They're doing it more and more now, I think. Thinking Face.
And then and this is why I'm thinking, if you write an insane story, it's like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. I'm not too sure if Larian Studios was DEI to a certain extent with the whole like inclusivity, if you know what I'm saying. But everyone freaked out when they saw the bear, right? The bear scene in the trailer, right? And everyone freaked out. But that probably was a genuine choice to put that in there. That's why a lot of people don't complain about it as much, right? DEI is diversity, diversity, equity, inclusion. God, I can't speak. It's pretty much ESG. It's pretty much the same damn thing. They're not all that different. They're extremely the same thing. If anything, they are the same thing. But they do pretty much the same exact thing. Diversity, equity, inclusion. ESG is environment, social governance. It's the same fucking thing. It's like saying I'm a football player, or I'm a soccer player, or I'm a striker on the team. You're still a football player. You know what I'm saying? It's a different name, same fucking thing. Or a point guard in basketball. Like you're a point guard and you're a basketball player. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same fucking thing. I think if you honestly believe what you're writing is true, like genuinely believe, not being paid to or being forced to, I think if you honestly believe what you're doing is true, it will shine through. Now, will those things be negative? Probably. Will people take to it kindly? Probably not. But then again, if the story makes sense, because these are people who are trying to look for anything in your story that is offensive, right? So if you're purposely being offensive, but people who has a brain can figure that out because of the messaging, because a lot of people are not dumb. People can read between the lines of what a metaphor is, right? So like, if you can read between the lines, right?
They show insane stuff in games that normal humans wouldn't show, like murder and violence to a brand new extent. Even like government topics etc. they've added on as well and advanced it, but TBH, I'll admit in all honesty, it's getting a tad insane.
It is getting a tad insane, but it's not about really like, it's more of the messaging than it is the violence. Violence will always be the same, no matter how you look at it, right? No matter what reason of violence is used, it's going to be all look the same. But violence will never go away. That's something that has been with human. That's a natural. It's a dark natural part of us as humans. Animals too, bugs too, right? But wokeism is not. You can't force people to like you. You will gravitate to what you're liking to by like are you that hungry? By natural selection. You will gravitate to what you like by natural selection. That's just human nature at best. So like, let's use an example. Bry loves watching manga, right? Manga recommendations. He likes mostly, I'm pretty sure he likes mostly manga recommendations that are like shonen-ish, right? For Ari, hers is more like self-discovery, identifying, or like something about love, or something that's, I don't know, positive in some way, or something about being broken but somehow finding a light at the end of the tunnel, right? That's something that Ari might be more into. You're going to naturally be close to that because that's something you can...
know in one game they even tried to add in a transgender character? And made the other game players accept it like it was absolutely no big deal. It made a lot of people upset from what I heard.
Yeah, it's called, if I'm right, the game is called Far Cry. I know Far Cry had one in the story. Didn't really make much of a difference in the story or make much sense to, but like it was in the story nonetheless. If that's what you're referring to, I think it was Far Cry. I think the latest Far Cry 6, I think, with the dude who's
Far
from
Cry, yes.
There you go. So yeah, that's the it's things like that is usually a big problem, right? Because remember, Far Cry didn't have anything about orientation in the slightest. It was mostly about you was wronged and you're getting revenge. That was nearly every Far Cry game that I know of. Some other things, but mostly just you was wronged in some way and it's a power fantasy thing. That's it. It was not really about this. That was mainly what the story was mainly about. It was not about orientations or anything like that. But the latest one had one, so that tells you that was not genuine at all. It was just very convenient they put a character like that within the time of the time of DEI inclusion and all that stuff at ESG. You know what I'm saying? That's
many minutes do we have on this video?
We have only like 3 left. Wait, yeah, 3 left. So it is what it is.
Get without their safety net. In reality, I know they have made my favorite games and characters more enjoyable, relatable, memorable, all the ables, and it's difficult to begrudge this. I will give Stacy says that developers only add diversity when they want to. I will give her that, because again, Sweet Baby Inc., not the cause of the problem, but rather a symptom of it. I would say that these developers were already thinking that way, and then they called Sweet Baby Inc. in. Now, here's the thing. So many studios have said that they're going to walk it back. Not the diversity and the inclusion, but the size and scope of the games. I think with the AAA title, you do have, and I agree. I actually agree with her on this. I think you have a lot of fingers in the pie and a lot of people who are like, well, we got to do the best thing we can possibly do to make sure that the most number of people like this game, because if they don't, we're going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. We're going to potentially shut down the studio. We saw what happened with Saints Row. We saw what happened with Forspoken. Curiously enough, both of those games, Sweet Baby Inc. consulted on. But then we have Spider-Man 2, which did really well. But Spider-Man, it's Spider-Man, right? It's going to do well. So, I think that we're going to see a lot
we got to stop doing that shit. We got to stop going on that idea that because it's Spider-Man, because it's X-Men, because it's Superman, because it's Justice League, because it's Deadpool, we got to stop doing that. Because that's what caused this big head arrogance comes from. Because they think, and this is why people like Cindy Kalin can take something like Scooby-Doo and think everyone's gonna just go with it because it's Scooby-Doo. You know what I'm saying? And you saw how that worked out for her. A lot of people, Marvel thought this too, because it's She-Hulk and it's a woman that's connected to the Hulk, it's just gonna do well. You see what happened to that too? Because it's Captain Marvel, she was sidelined in her own damn movie, and because it made $1 billion or something close to that, it's not because we like Captain Marvel. I don't even think most people knew who the fuck that was after Endgame. They only knew that because it was connected to Endgame. That's the only reason why people even watched the damn thing. And when they realized you didn't have to actually watch it, it was a waste of time. That's it. That is it. And when I think about it now, the only reason why Captain Marvel was even relevant is because she just had to find Tony Stark in the space. That was it. Everything else, she came in at the beginning and then at the far end. That's it. And she didn't make all that much of a difference. She just kind of fought Thanos 1-2 punch, and then Tony got the glove. So Captain Marvel found Tony, sent him back to Earth, send Tony the glove. Tony saved the day. So ultimately, I'm not really trying to lessen her character here, but I'm not even talking about the actress. I'm talking about the character in general. I'm not trying to lessen it, but when you stop and think of it.
Good afternoon, Artextric.
Hello, Shadow. Good afternoon. Hello. 1 second, Shadow. When you stop and really think of it, the only thing Captain Marvel was just a delivery person. She didn't make much of a difference in the fight other than bring Tony back home and then give Tony the glove. That's pretty much it.
Teach Capri 8th sub. I don't know what I've done, but someone gave me $25 and 2 gifts from my wish list earlier today from Throne. How are you?
I'm not familiar with Throne is, but I understand. I'm doing well. Just doing this podcast thing. But when you stop and think about it, we need to stop doing this thing where it's just because. That's not a good reason anymore. A lot of people say it's Star Wars. You see what happened to the Mandalorian? Do you see what happened to Ahsoka. We need to stop doing this. We gotta stop relying on because it once was good, therefore it's just gonna be forever good. No, this is why I'm saying because of Akira Toriyama's passing, it's not gonna be as ever good as ever gonna be. It's gonna be as good as it can be, but it'll never be as good as because Toriyama, the brainchild of all this, he's gone. This is why I say if someone passes away, you should just let the thing die with them. Don't keep going because it's never going to be the same. And to answer Star, good job on that. Good, you got $25. I'm proud of you. Wait, what were you on Twitch or YouTube or Twitch or TikTok? You tell me.
Smaller games, I think that we're seeing, with Helldivers 2 and with Pow World and a lot of other games that have come out lately that had very small teams. I think we're going to see smaller titles, AA titles, I guess, or B titles. I don't know what we call them, but we're going to see a lot more of those. And I think the need.
I'm working on this new case, a missing scientist, frozen solid. I've seen that before.
Need for a company like Sweet Baby Inc. will be diminished because we're not going to have as many people clamoring to try to get things right, to try to be everything to everybody. And you're still going to get your niche games. You're still going to get your Goodbye Volcano High or whatever, which again Sweet Baby Inc. worked on. But I'm just saying those kinds of games are never going to go away. Those kinds of indie games for a particular audience, they're not going to go away. What is probably going to happen though is a lot fewer games that focus on player satisfaction and paying customers. And if I were a studio, I wouldn't call Sweet Baby Inc. For the sole reason that there's so much drama attached to Sweet Baby Inc. at this point that I don't want to run the risk of losing 200,000 plus customers just because I decided I was going to call them up, and the off chance that they might net me like another 5,000 players or something.
Yeah, for real. Like when you think of it now, even more, if I was any company, I would be like, I'd rather get 200,000 new players and paying customers. As he said, I'd rather get 200,000 customers on my own than get 1 million people hating me for my game. That makes more sense in my head. Money speaks, right? So I'd rather have 200,000 new customers who enjoy my work and is literally paying and playing my game than have 1 million people calling my game woke and then don't want to play it because Sweet Baby is stuck to it. Because if you go to the curator, which I'm part of that curator, I think it's past 200,000 followers on that thing already. So that tells you something.
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League should have been money in the bank. It was an Arkham game, and it was completely destroyed for many reasons. It wasn't just because of Sweet Baby Inc., but it was definitely a symptom of a bigger problem. And now the damn game is lucky if 1,000 people are playing it at once. Last time I checked, it was like 400 people were playing it concurrently on Steam, and it's already on discount. So, I mean, that could be the end of Rocksteady Studios. So I hope it was worth it for you guys. I hope it was. I'm going to wrap this one up. Again, check out Derezed on Spotify, Amazon, iTunes, wherever you listen to podcasts. We also have an audio version of Clownfish TV out there too. You can check that out as well. If you can't watch us, you can listen to us. If you want to listen to us, you don't have to listen to it. I'm just saying. No Sweet Baby Inc. detected here. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
That's crazy. All right, so that was pretty much Clownfish TV with Sweet Baby Inc. drama. Has critical mass. Please go and follow, like, subscribe, whatever to them, and also to yours truly if you like these videos and want to support and keep these videos going. Also go to the Patreon. All right, before I go to the next video, or our last video, I know Ari needs some help on something.
Toriyama.
I know he needs some help on something. Hey, Souls. Hey, bud. Let me see. What was the issue? Hey, Teach, could you show me how...
Says hey.
Okay. Teach, can you show me how I should
I
draw
sent it to Discord.
the folds of the sweats on her? I understand most of her leg that is extended out, but the one that
says, can I show you my animation?
Yeah, sure. It is tricky to draw accurately. Okay, so it's the same leg. It's the same leg.
I'm not sure how to do the folds cause of that one leg that's bent in.
Damn, I am hungry. If the leg is like this.
And her waist is sort of at an odd position is what also confused me a bit too.
Excuse me. Okay, I could not. Oh my god, that was messing with me. Okay. Foot is here. Okay.
Says bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Let's see. Leg is going like this. Let's curve this over here. Okay, so I feel like this is kind of wrong the way they drew this. If we're doing accuracy, but then again, it looks cool. I think the leg that is bent is kind of wrong. Yeah, I think that's wrong, the way that leg looks now when I look at it. Because it looks so bent weird, but it looks cool.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay, so if the leg is here, right?
What was odd? The reference. Yeah, I tried to find a similar pose, but this was the closest I could find.
Yeah, I think this leg is broken. I don't think that's correct, the way that looks, but I could be wrong. It's just the way it looks just looks off to me. It looks really off to me. Okay, so okay. If she had pants, wait, this is about pants, right?
Plus I'm not sure of the fighting pose name, so I couldn't look up an accurate pose for this.
I didn't know fighting poses even had names. Oh, no, that's actually true. I think in Chinese things, I just said like, but you can't draw accurately. What could you draw? Sweats on her. I would wrap this because this is the pants. And then have, because there's a lot of movement, everything is going to come back to this kick. Because there's a twisting happening.
Well, I think so. This is a karate pose that I looked up on the Pinterest search list.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay. What's that? Okay, so like the crotch area somewhere.
Says there were other poses that were like this, but the moved a bit more advanced.
I don't think this move is technically advanced, it's just not accurate. The more I look at it. Actually, the prove that actually the pose that's under it is more accurate. When I think of it now.
Says yeah, that's what the people on Discord said too.
Yeah, the pose under it is more accurate. The pose over it is broken. There are 4 joints that's happening. That's 1, 2. Yeah, it's too spaced away from the leg. It'll be very uncomfortable. That you'll be in pain, I think. I think you'll be in pain. Your leg will be more closer than it is that far. Jeez. Hey, bub. Anyway, so let's just say, okay, like that.
Jeez.
Okay.
Says maybe the leg is like the cause is moving in the air.
No, it's her leg just in general. It's the problem. Because the leg will be more closer. The one on the bottom is more accurate and more comfortable to do a kick. The one is just being difficult for the sake of being difficult, and it will be actually really uncomfortable to do something like that. Okay. Like that. Like that. This is how I probably would have made the pants. So like... Okay, so I'm going to erase this. So
I think I could try to draw the way the leg is below her.
Like this. Actually, not like that, because it's too tubey. So, like, I would... Because this is sweats. Sweats tend to be very... bumpy. That's the right term. And then it'll fold right here in the corner. Because there's a bending. And there'll be a little bit of a... Because... there's a pulling happening here. Like that. This one's a weird one because it doesn't look right. So it's like one. I will wrap this around this like this with a lot of bumps and lumps on the side, but more closer to the skin. So it doesn't feel like it's just floating from the skin. It has to be more closer on the skin or even on the skin. Right? And then bump. Like this and bump. Not too many bumps, but like... I won't bump too much. And bump here. Right. And then what we'll do is put some folds here because there is a folding that's happening. Here.
Says would there be wrinkles around where her knees?
No, there's no wrinkles because sweats are folding. They're like sweaters. If there's any wrinkling, it'll be around the joints where there is
gotcha.
Compression happening. If anything, the compression here will... Any type of wrinkle or folding will be mostly... The folding will be going towards back to the compression. So yeah. That's a weird kick. Because it's like one space and then like that. That looks so weird.
There would be a little bit of wrinkles near her waist where the pants would rest on
yes,
her hips,
because,
right?
Yes, because
since her legs are moving.
None of that are legs, it's her waist, because the waist is looking this way as the leg is going that way. So there's a twisting that's happening here. The crotch area actually shows this if you look at the reference. There is a twisting that's happening here. Going back to the crotch. Now everything's going to kind of pull back to the crotch. Not that much, but it's going to pull back more. The more closer to the crotch, the more pullback you'll have. The further away, it'll be more whatever joints is closest here. That's going to be pulling that too. All right, that's pretty much that. All right, did that answer your question?
Yo, how it going today?
Yo ho.
The sweats showed like a line in the center of the crotch area. I'm not sure if that's lining or what makes the legs expand.
Wait, what? The sweats showed like a line in the center of the crotch. Yeah, that's just showing a twist. That's just more indicating of the twist that's happening, because that lining right here is just indicating that this is twisting towards this way. So like everything from this point is being pulled because of that reason.
Says, could you also show where I should place the wrinkles on her sweats?
Place the wrinkles. Oh, here, 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 and here.
Says, yeah, trying to show movement.
And these are especially like, okay, let me show you.
Says, salutations, my good chum.
Hello, 3NB, what's going on? How goes it? So in these areas, it'll be, given that it's twisting, it'll be here, and here, and here, and here.
Says, not much. How is thee doing this splendid time, o' slumbers?
Like I meant, could you draw where the wrinkles would be placed on her with these sweats?
Oh, shit.
I worded that wrong on TikTok.
Hold on. Hold on. Gotta, 1 second. Come on, TikTok, stop being stupid. I honestly got that right. Okay. To answer your question.
Says, oh, no worries, teach.
Let me see. Says here. You know what? Let's make this faster.
Says that's a weird pose.
Very much so. Let's just do this fast so I don't have to keep redrawing the same thing.
Says, can I see a reference?
Let's see here.
Says, oh.
Like this. Oops. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. I save myself the headache. Most of it will be here, here, here. Oops.
Says, I see now. I draw the wrinkles the way she's moving.
Yes. No, put it like that. And there's no like wrong way of doing it. You just have to be
Says good to know. Thanks.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that at first.
Yeah, it's fine. I would do the outline first. Oops, not like that. Like that. So I'll be like,
Teach how far do you usually draw the gesture drawing?
yeah, how far? How far do you usually? How far? You mean, how do I draw it, or I mean how far? I don't mean by that. Yeah, explain to me what you mean by that. That one's throwing me off. Give me an example, or just rewrite that differently. Like that.
Says I think they mean how advanced do you draw gesture drawings?
It really depends on the gesture itself. But oops, not like that. That's weird looking.
Says like clothes to or just hair and face features.
Oh. It really just depends. Like, first thing, I need to get the pose right. So when I'm doing the pose, so like if I'm looking at the like.
Says this one I'm doing is a practice. I can't do like backflip poses though.
So if I was doing like a pose, I don't really focus on accuracy at first.
Says I had to type it on Twitch because Teak Tom isn't letting me. Says talk asterisk.
I try to keep the flow going.
Says thanks, Teach. I understand how to draw those sweats now.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Says I just wish I could have found a more accurate pose for you.
Let's see. It's fine. And then the arm is like... and then the breasts kind of like... This is broken too, I believe. Yeah, that is broken.
Says TBH, I don't know if someone drew that reference on Pinterest or if it was generated.
No, that was on Pinterest. This leg is broken based on this reference because there's no way in hell that the knee is going to look that way and the foot's looking the absolute direction of that. That's impossible.
Says, man, my back hurts.
Like right there. Like it goes this way and then back and then up. With this knee still looking that way, that's impossible. That would be painful. You broke the ankle. I just realized that when just drawing this.
Says maybe they were trying to the muscle.
I don't know. But it's not right. It's not right. If that was what it was going for. It looks cool to a certain extent, but it's lacking.
Says kinda looks like how my ex-classmate walks and stands.
See here. And the neck goes like this. I'm saying it's all about energy.
Says I wish they'd show accurate poses when I look these up.
This is why you don't look at anime. Like, this is more anime drawings. This is why you go look at a real person. So if you don't have a real person, just type in sports people, like Derek Jeter, I think his name, or like Michael Jordan, or LeBron James, or
says he has his foot out as far as he can. Weird.
That is very painful. The one thing I learned is that the foot is always in the same direction as the kneecap. The kneecap and the foot points in the same direction.
Says gotcha. I was drawing and I'm not too much realistic with this sketch.
I understand. Alright. So with that said, I think I helped Ari. So, and to answer your question, Mono, I go as far as possible based on the gesture and the reference, and then I just add my own stuff afterwards. I don't really I like combining gestures. I don't like going with just one plain gesture, or at least work off. If you're going to use one gesture, work off it by, adding something to it. So let's use an example. This is originally was the reference for Toriyama and Goku that you see here. This was originally the reference, but I added more to it for not only because it's Toriyama and Goku, but I added more to the pose overall. I even changed the pose because the arm was just not fucking with me.
Says, hey, that's a cute reference.
Yes. So that was the difference. And I didn't want to go exactly the same. I wanted something a lot more alive. And I think this is fine. To a certain extent.
Says him back.
Alright, so with that said, we're gonna Okay, with that said, we're gonna do our last video here, and then we're gonna go play Genshin. Or so. So for those who don't know,
Says, did you look at it?
Oh shit, I forgot. Yeah.
Says someone told me those work if you're drawing like a half body pose, but not full pose.
Yeah, that's a half body. Damn.
Says I see. I added more things on my sketch gesture.
Ah, look at that. He made a ball bounce. He made a ball bounce. Let's go. What did you use? Flip a clip? Why is it not showing? Hold on. Hold on.
Says that's cool.
Hold on. It's not letting me see it. I don't know why. Oh, not make it big.
Says Clip Studio.
Okay. Clip Studio. Oh, you got EX?
Let's go.
You got EX? Or the you got the 60 frames, the 24 frames.
Says
one.
yeah.
Ah, look at you. He got Clip Studio Fit EX. Let's go. He got the bounce. That's cool. Makes me want to go get it now. That is so cool. And that's the best thing about doing animation. You'll kill several birds with one stone. You'll learn how to draw and make things move. So your gesture drawing will get even better by that time. So you see what works and what doesn't. All right. With that said, we're gonna do we're gonna do this drawing here. I gotta go. Goku, who's that? Oh my god! I just realized that was Lala. I totally forgot about Lala. I was just too busy talking. Goku's I gotta go by. Okay, for Lala, she was saying hi to me, and I didn't even notice.
Says Law.
My bad, Law. Too bad. I'm sorry. Alright, so with that said, the Prom G, I think that's named, the Prom G has the top short manga you need to read. So these are short manga you need to read. Maybe they're one-shots for all I know, but maybe they're short because they're just written short. So let's see where this goes. So let's play this! Commercials.
When you have auto glass damage,
no. Come on.
Reading manga is a massive time commitment, and I don't just mean sitting down and reading a volume for half an hour. Looking at the lengths of some manga series, it could take days, months, years to complete a manga series. So sometimes you just want something short and sweet. Hey, what's going on, guys? My name is Promji. Welcome back to a brand new video. Now, like I just said, today's video I'm going to be talking about my top 10 favorite short manga series. So of course we all have our different definitions of what a short manga series is, but for the sake of this video I'm sticking to manga series that are 6 volumes or less. Mind you, that is not 6 omnibuses or less, that is 6 single volumes or less, just so there's no confusion. I'm also choosing to omit manga series that are 1 volume exactly, just because that could be a whole other video of my favorite one-shots. And the final thing I want to say before I get into my top 10 list is, of course, this is strictly my opinion. There are manga series that I've never read that are probably your favorites, so instead of being rude, make sure to go in the comments below, leave your top 5, top 10 favorite short manga series, and we can continue this discussion of our favorite series, granted it's done respectfully. With all that being said, if you guys do enjoy this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more manga videos just like this. So without any further ado, I say we get right into the top 10 short manga series list. So coming in at the number 10 spot, we have an absolute classic, and one that I'm sure many of you guys have experienced through the anime adaptation, that is Go Nagai's Devilman. Devilman is basically a manga series about these devils and demons who come back and try to take over the earth, and one high school student becomes Devilman using the demon's power to fight back. Now, I know that that is a very brief plot synopsis, and for all these series going forward, I'm going to give a little blurb at the beginning to tell you what it's about, but Devilman is such a rich series. Obviously, just from that little plot synopsis, the plot sounds pretty basic, but where the series really thrives, it's in its characters and artwork. Our two main characters, Fudo and Ryo, have this great dynamic between kind of like good and evil. I kind of liken it to the relationship between Johan and Dr. Tenma in Naoki Urasawa's Monster. And then of course we have the beautiful artwork, which is so clean. And I know a lot of people get scared off when it comes to approaching an older manga series just because it looks so much different than what we have now. But Go Nagai's art style is so unique and stylish with these very bold lines and outlines of the characters. But aside from being sleek and stylish, he can also get very gritty and visceral with his artwork, especially when he's drawing these demon designs and these dystopian hellscapes as the demons are taking over the earth. If you want a fantastic, dark, short, and extremely influential manga series to read, I would look no further than Go Nagai's Devilman. Coming in at the number 9 spot is a series that I listed in my top 20 favorite sci-fi manga of all time.
You know, it was extremely vague when I watched the anime on Netflix of Devilman Crybaby. And it was always so weird how what's-his-face got his devil powers. He just went to a club one day and just turned into the devil. I was like, I don't know if that was supposed to be some form of ritual, but that was very vague on how that happened. Still don't know up to this day how that became so. If I don't remember a plot point, maybe I forgot something, but Jesus Christ, that was something that threw me off so much. But the soundtrack was lit though.
That is going to be Astra Lost in Space, coming in at 5 volumes. This is a super fun space adventure. The manga is about this group of students who goes up into space for a kind of field trip, but when they get out onto this planet, this weird black hole thing sucks them up into space, and then, as you could probably guess, they get lost. So it's up to this group of students to work together as a team, going from planet to planet to planet and surviving so they can finally get back home. Now this manga has a lot of strengths going for it. The first one being the cast of characters. They all have very diverse personalities and things about them that make them special, you know, special skills. And of course, being teenage students and having basically their lives on the line, they're not always going to get along. They face very interesting conflicts, especially at the halfway point. A huge bombshell is dropped that shakes everything up. I also absolutely love the artwork. It's more in line with typical shonen artwork that we see nowadays. But when you go on these different planets with unique plants and animals and just scenery, it is really cool to see. It's only 5 volumes in length. It's in print. You can even probably find it cheaper for around $35 for the entire set. I would highly recommend checking out Astra in Space if you're looking for a shonen series that is super slept on, but so fun. Now moving on to the number 8 spot, we have a manga series that is not quite as fun as Astra Lost in Space, but it is super impactful and one that I really resonate with. That is Inyo Asano's Solanin. Now, at the stage I'm in my life right now, I am a recent graduate who doesn't have a job or a professional career locked down right now, so a lot of stuff is up in the air for me. And when I can find a manga series that captures a lot of these emotions and situations perfectly, I'll really gravitate towards it, and that's exactly what Solanin is. The manga follows this adult woman who doesn't really have a whole lot going for her in her life, doesn't have a steady job, and really doesn't know what she wants to do with the rest of her life. However, the one thing that is constant in her life is her close-knit group of friends and music. And that is my favorite thing about this manga, is how it depicts the joy of making music. It is done spectacularly, and I think that there is a movie adaptation to this, which I have not watched, but I've heard it's great. But even just as I was reading this manga, just looking at the artwork, looking at these characters make music, play in their band, it just comes through so fluently that really resonates with me as someone who makes music and loves the medium. And there are some more emotional and sad moments, as you could probably expect from an Inyo Asano manga, so go in knowing that. But besides all that, this manga is just a joy to read. I really have to go revisit it again because it is super meaningful to me personally. I know a lot of other people feel the exact same way. So at the number 7 spot, I'm sure all of you guys knew this one was coming eventually. That is a classic of science fiction that has defined the genre and the manga medium at large. That is, of course, Otomo's Akira. And I won't spend too long on this one just because we all know Akira. It's a cultural phenomenon. It is one of the greatest sci-fi manga of all time, unlike the movie. But when it comes to sci-fi, this manga has it all. First and foremost, it has a fantastic dystopian post-apocalyptic atmosphere, and the artwork in these buildings, just the landscapes are beautiful. Obviously, we have some of the most iconic manga characters of all time, that being Kaneda and Tetsuo being one of my favorite characters of all time. But the big reason I will always recommend the Akira manga over the movie is that it gives you the entire story. I mean, a big drawback of the Akira movie, and one reason I don't really think the plot is executed that well, is because it basically only gives you half and just cuts off. Whereas in the manga, the world is so much more fleshed out. I mean, they go to this city where these gangs rule the streets. It is just so cool. I cannot think of a more cool sci-fi environment, to be honest. So whether you've already seen the Akira movie or not, I would highly recommend, if you've not read Akira, you need to read it. It is one of the classics for a great reason, one of the best sci-fi manga of all time. So sticking with sci-fi, coming in at the number 6 spot, we have a sci-fi manga from one of my favorite manga of all time. That is, of course, Makoto Yukimura's Planetes. Now, on the surface level, Planetes is a manga series about this group of workers on this junker ship out in space as they go around collecting trash and debris they find floating out in space. But what I love so much about Planetes is the characters and the very difficult themes that the manga tackles. Now, when it comes to characters, the best compliment I can give is that your characters feel like real human beings, like they have real emotions that you as the reader can personally relate to, and Planetes has those in spades. I mean, just looking at our main cast of characters, you have one who suffers from mental health issues, you have another who is a single mother, as well as a man who lost his wife in a tragic accident and is dealing with that loss. And throughout the 5 volumes of this series, you get to see a lot of other more short stories that are related to the main characters, where you have these other characters who experience things like racism and abuse. And don't get me wrong, it's not all so grim and depressing. You also have themes like love and friendship that are very uplifting and just joyous to read about. But it's a good balance of things that a lot of manga are really afraid to tackle and just things that make you feel good. And again, this is another manga series that is super accessible. You can find it in print in the 2 Dark Horse omnibuses. That's what I have, or you can find them in the out-of-print singles, which I think are personally pretty butt ugly. But regardless of how you choose to read this series, it is an easy recommendation for me. At one point, it's my top 10 manga of all time, and it has stuck around to one of my favorite manga series in my entire collection. Alright, so we are officially halfway through the top 10 list. Hopefully this video hasn't gone on too long. I'll admit that would be pretty ironic for a video about short series. But at the number 5 spot, we have a manga series that I actually read pretty recently, a few months ago, and landed itself in my top 5 manga reads of 2023. And that manga series is none other than Gone. Now, I'm kind of breaking my rule about, no omnibuses. I think this series is technically like 7 extremely skinny volumes, but this series is just too good, so I'm saying screw the rules. It's my video anyway. What are you gonna do about it? But yeah, Gone is a manga series that is probably among the most unique on this list for the simple fact that there is no dialogue in this entire manga. The manga is basically a collection of short stories as we're watching this little dinosaur Gone.
Like, damn, motherfucker, you didn't have to be like, what? Shit. You don't have to take it that long. Damn.
As he's the last living dinosaur, basically just go about his business doing all sorts of different shenanigans, whether it be in the desert, in the forest, climbing a snowy mountain. He is everywhere, just befriending all these different types of animals, forming bonds that go beyond species, and teaching us as the reader a plethora of valuable life lessons. There are stories in this manga that'll make you laugh, others that will make you cry, like seriously, some of these are very sad. And though this manga has no words, you will not want to breeze right through it because the artwork is some of the best manga artwork I have ever seen. It is so detailed, these varieties of animals and different landscapes. Probably my top 5 best drawn manga of all time. It is spectacular. You'll want to take it all in and just take your time experiencing these wonderful stories that are present in Gone. Also, if you haven't seen my full in-depth review of the Gone manga, definitely check it out by clicking this card up here in the corner. Now, coming in at the number 4 spot is the only manga on this list that I actually don't own physically, and that's because nobody owns it physically. To my knowledge, this manga has never gotten a physical release, and when I tell you what it is, you'll understand why. But the manga in question is Onani Master Kurosawa, or Masturbation Master Kurosawa. Now, I'll be the first to admit, the plot synopsis of this manga is pretty weird. It's about this middle schooler who has a very devious pastime that he partakes in the bathroom stalls, you could probably guess. He's basically an incel, he doesn't have any friends, and he despises the girls, especially the popular girls, so He thinks about them when he's doing his special little hobby, but eventually he gets caught in the act by a lesser popular girl, in fact, kind of a social outcast, and she blackmails him into taking his hobby a whole lot further and kind of terrorizing the girls in their class. Now, I know a lot of you guys are probably thinking, Promji, why is this weird-ass manga, this freaky-ass manga, so high up on your list? And that is because beyond just the kind of silly and ridiculous plot, there is some really good lessons in the series. The obvious being one of personal growth. Now, Kurosawa is not a good kid. He doesn't like other people. Deep down, he probably doesn't even like himself. But as the series goes on, he learns lessons and builds relationships that ultimately make him a better person. There's also a relationship aspect regarding one of the relationships Kurosawa has. I won't get into spoilers, but me personally, as I was reading this manga, I was kind of going through something in a relationship, and reading this series really helped me put things into perspective and again, grow as a person. And as I'm putting up panels of this series, you're probably thinking, man, this artwork sucks. And while it's definitely not as polished as, you know, a professional manga series that gets published and put out serialized, I think the art style of this manga has a lot of charm and kind of adds a personal aspect that helps you relate to the series more. So just want to put that out there. But while you probably won't relate with the plot synopsis of this manga, at least I'd hope not, I'm sure a lot of you guys can deeply relate to this manga as far as its themes and messages go, and that is exactly why Masturbation Master Kurosawa earns the number 4 spot on my top 10 short manga series list. Alright, so we're finally cracking into the top 3 manga on this list, and at the number 3 spot we have one of my all-time favorites, that is Ping Pong by Taiyo Matsumoto. Now, in the eyes of the grand population at large, ping pong may seem like kind of a lame sport, and one that wouldn't be very exciting, but Taiyo Matsumoto take this sport, which I personally play and really enjoy, and makes it so exciting and fun to watch. It's no secret that as far as more mainstream manga authors go, Taiyo Matsumoto has one of the most distinct art styles out there, and it comes in full force in ping pong, just the way that the actual matches are drawn, as well as just character designs and the environment and setting that the characters reside in. I mean, as far as plot goes, it basically follows these 2 kids who are really good at ping pong and face all sorts of different kind of competition. But beneath the surface, there are some really good themes about competitive spirit and personal growth that are really emotionally moving and have you really invested when you're reading this series about ping pong. Taiyo Matsumoto is just such a gifted mangaka, and actually have another manga series from him on this list, believe it or not. But yeah, Ping Pong, amazing series. If you haven't seen the anime, I've heard that's really good as well, but I would highly recommend the manga. There's nothing quite like it. Now, moving on to the number 2 spot, we're getting into my manga series that I have as 10 out of 10 masterpieces. And this number 2 manga is by my number 1 favorite mangaka of all time, Osamu Tezuka. The series in question is Message to Adolf. To put it simply, Message to Adolf follows 3 different characters named Adolf in World War II. You have the son of a Nazi official named Adolf, you have, of course, Adolf Hitler, and also a Jew named Adolf who lives in Japan. And as this manga goes on, you see these characters' lives intertwine for better or for worse, usually for the worse, as this manga takes place in one of the darkest eras of human history, of course, that being during the Holocaust in World War II. So with that being said, this is not a cheerful manga. Some of Osamu Tezuka's manga can be very playful and cheerful. This one is not. However, the difficult topics of the era are handled in a very interesting way. I mean, you see these gruesome things going on page, people being executed, you know, this mass genocide, but Tezuka draws these things in a way I think is very accessible to audiences at large. You still understand the severity and the grim nature of the things that are happening in this series, but it's drawn in a way that is not overly gruesome, overly graphic, but still gets the point across. This series is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece manga for me, not only because of the way the story and the dark elements are handled, but just because it is so engaging. A lot of Tezuka series are a little bit more slow burns. This one I could not put down. But yeah, enough cannot be said about Osamu Tezuka's influence and quality of his series. And in my personal opinion, Message to Adolf is his best series that he has to offer, so definitely check it out if you have not already. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the number 1 spot on this top 10 list. My favorite manga series that is 6 volumes or below, and this is actually coming from a mangaka we previously mentioned on this list, that being Taiyo Matsumoto. The manga at the number 1 spot is none other than number 5. Now, just to put it simply, number 5 is a bizarre manga series. And I'll give you a little plot synopsis, try to stay with me. Basically, some unknown event caused catastrophic damage to the Earth, so this guy in a bunny costume named Papa genetically engineers a group of bio-soldiers who make up the Rainbow Defense Force, which is basically a propaganda tool for the government, and each one of the members has these weird psychic powers where they can feel each other's emotions. Some members even have powers beyond that, but for the sake of this video, I'll just keep it simple. One day, one of the members of the Rainbow Defense Force, named Number 5, goes rogue. He kills another one of the members and flees with this strange girl, so the government sends the other members of the Rainbow Defense Force to go kill Number 5. Now, there are certain manga series on this list that I can say, you know, everybody should go out and read. Akira is one of those. I think Gone is one that anybody can enjoy. Number 5 is a little bit out there, therefore I think some people may not quite vibe with it. But if you're looking for a manga series that is super surreal and out there yet has a very gripping plot and amazing artwork, look no further than Number 5. This is one of my favorite series of all time, period. Just starting off with that surreal aspect, like I said, this is a Taiyo Matsumoto manga, and one of his best qualities is creating these environments and worlds that are very out there and feel like dreams. And you have these weird looking characters with mind powers, but you also have these hybrids of animals that are basically in every page. I mean, it is just so out there and unique. I love it. But besides all of these surreal hippie bullshit, at the very base level, the story is compelling. A guy kills one of his teammates, the teammates get sent after him. There is so much action, amazingly drawn. I mean, it is so fluid, it's visceral, it's violent, which is something that I really did not expect when I read this manga. But by far, the best thing about this manga is how it conveys emotion. Like I said, the Rainbow Defense Force members can all feel each other's emotions, and sometimes that feeling of emotion that they feel from one another is so intense that you as the reader can really relate and feel to it just because of how it's drawn and portrayed through the artwork. So I won't go too much further talking about this series because I could talk about it endlessly, but if you want to learn more about this manga before you fully commit to reading it, check out my manga review. It's one of my favorite manga reviews I've ever done, and hopefully through this video and through that video, I can fully display my love for this manga and convince you to give it a try. So guys, that's going to do it for this video, going through my top 10 short manga series under 6 volumes or less. I love all of these manga series, and I would urge you, if they sound interesting to you, go out and read them for yourself. And of course, I want to keep this discussion going in the comments below. Leave your thoughts on my list. Do you agree? Do you disagree with any of my picks? Leave your top 5, top 10 short manga lists in the comments, and let's further discussion. Hopefully you got some good recommendations and enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more manga videos just like this. So yeah, this has been the Prom G. Hopefully you enjoyed the video, and as always, hope to catch you in the next one.
Okay. That was Prom G. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, and all that great stuff. Should I play Genshin? It's 6. I'm gonna get up around 8. So, alright, I'll play 1 hour of Genshin. Alright, have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm gonna play some Genshin. I'm gonna finish this drawing tonight by myself and have it ready and stuff like that to post. Because it was just recent that as his death was yesterday. Well, it was told yesterday, but he died on the 1st. So with that said, I'll talk to you guys next time, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. But I'm going to play Genshin on stream in a couple of minutes. So if you care about Genshin Impact, stay. I'm about to end the stream and restart it so we can play Genshin.
Okay.
So I'll be right back. All right, guys. There's.